人权应该是人与生俱来的基本权利。当你想要玩乐，就要开心地笑出来。即使与众不同，你也可以过着同样的生活。没有人能决定你应该是什么模样，没有差别待遇，没有歧视。无论你是谁，没有人能夺走属于你的文化与传统。无论你身在何方，不分国界，都应该受到公平合理的对待。都能得到人权公约的基本保障。国家人权委员会持续落实人权公约，关注儿童权利，让儿少的声音成为人权改革的动力。关心身心障碍者权利，实现每一个人都能充分参与的环境。关注女性权利，消除一切基于性别及身份的歧视。守护移工权利，接轨国际。落实原住民族权利的保障，打造平等没有偏见的社会。
国家人权委员会的成立，是台湾走向世界，去承担和落实国际人权公约的重大里程碑。在未来，我们会持续关注弱势族群的人权状况，来厘清重大人权议题背后的结构性问题，同时结合民间的力量，推广人权教育，积极地来跟国际人权机构交流，深化台湾对民主和自由的重视。我们的使命是成为国家的良心，弱势人民的依靠，让人权成为温暖的力量。让我们一起来促进社会正义的实现。
人权应该是人与生俱来的基本权利。当你想要玩乐，就要开心地笑出来。即使与众不同，你也可以过着同样的生活。没有人能决定你应该是什么模样，没有差别待遇，没有歧视。无论你是谁，没有人能夺走属于你的文化与传统。无论你身在何方，不分国界，都应该受到公平合理的对待。都能得到人权公约的基本保障。国家人权委员会持续落实人权公约，关注儿童权利，让儿少的声音成为人权改革的动力。关心身心障碍者权利，实现每一个人都能充分参与的环境。关注女性权利，消除一切基于性别及身份的歧视。守护移工权利，接轨国际。落实原住民族权利的保障，打造平等没有偏见的社会。
国家人权委员会的成立，是台湾走向世界， 去承担和落实国际人权公约的重大里程碑。在未来，我们会持续关注弱势族群的人权状况，来厘清重大人权议题背后的结构性问题，同时结合民间的力量，推广人权教育，积极的来跟国际人权机构交流，深化台湾对民主和自由的重视。我们的使命是成为国家的良心、弱势人民的依靠，让人权成为温暖的力量。让我们一起来促进社会正义的实现。
会2024 CEDAW 妇女就业与经济安全国际论。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 International Forum on Women's Employment and Economic Security of Women.
Employment and economic security. The forum will begin shortly. Please take your seat and mute your cell phone. 本论坛全程提供中英文同步口译服务。场内贵宾如果需要租借耳机，请持证件到场外柜台。中文为频道1，英文为频道2。 Simultaneous interpretation service will be provided today. Please bring your photo ID to the information desk to borrow the headset. And please turn to Channel 1 for Chinese and Channel 2 for English. 谢谢。
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the 2024 CEDAW International Forum on the Employment and Economic Security of Women organized by National Human Rights Commission. I'm your MC today. My name is Betty Chan. 2024 is the 45th anniversary of the UN's adoption of CEDAW. The National Human Rights Commission invites international experts and scholars on women's rights to share the latest trends in international women's rights. And through working with domestic experts and scholars, governments, and NGO partners, we will be clarifying the opportunities and challenges that Taiwan faces on the issue of women's rights and gender equality to find solutions to the problems. I believe today's event will be very exciting. Everybody will be able to have a lot of takeaways. We have many distinguished guests here today. When you hear a name, please wave to the audience. First of all, let us welcome the chair of NHRC, Madam Chen Ju. And next, let's welcome Professor Ruth Harper Knaring from Israel. Next, let's welcome Professor Nicholas Broom from Finland. Now let's welcome Vice Chair of NHRC, Mr. Cai Chong-yi. Next, Commissioner Zheng Ji-Hui-rong. And also our moderator today, Commissioner Tian Qiujing. Also, we have Commissioner Wang Rongjang from NHRC here, Commissioner Ye Dahua, Commissioner Yu Pei Canaso. Also, our panelists, Director Liu Yingxiu from Department of Legal Affairs MOJ, Professor Dai Yuru from National Zhengzhi University, and then Professor Guan from National Taipei University, and then Supervisor Yan Shiyi from Foundation for Women's Rights Promotion and Development, and then Director Chen Lingyi from Awakening Foundation. Thank you for your participation. First of all, let us welcome the chair of NHRC, Madam Chen Ju, to say a few words. Now let's welcome Madam Chen Ju. Thank you. Dear Professor Broom, Professor Kadari, and also all the experts and scholars who pay attention to women's rights, as well as NGOs and representatives of government agencies. NHRC, Vice Chair Tsai, and all the commissioners, and everyone who is online watching the live streaming, members of the press. Thank you so very much for participating in the 2024 CEDAW International Forum on Employment and Economic Security of Women. So today, we're so honored to be able to invite two very important scholars to come to Taiwan today, Professor Broom and also Professor Kadari. They are from Finland and Israel, respectively. They have come a long way. Please give them a big round of applause. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming to Taiwan. The UN General Assembly adopted CEDAW in December 1979. So this year marks the 45th anniversary. So this is a very important international human rights convention. More than 90% of countries in the world have ratified CEDAW, and they recognize the human rights standards in CEDAW. This is the most important international women's human rights code. So CEDAW has exerted an important influence on the work of eliminating discrimination and promoting gender equality in various countries. For example, including promoting the adoption of gender equality laws in Mongolia, the adoption of domestic violence prevention and control laws in South Africa, and the adoption of anti-trafficking laws in Moldova. We can see that this all because of CEDAW. So among all the core human rights conventions, CEDAW was the first for Taiwan to attempt to establish a reporting mechanism and promote localization, demonstrating the pioneering status and achievements of the local women's movement. Thank you for your efforts. In the late 1980s, on the eve of lifting of martial law, the women's rights activists began to form an alliance, launch a march on Huaxi Street, and for a campaign to rescue child prostitutes. At the time, I was just released from the political prison. So I also participated in this rescue campaign. So I was really moved. In the 1990s, the women's movement flourished. And then we can see we promoted a series of amendments to the Civil Code, reversing the traditional patriarchal and husband-dominated marriage and family system, and then spawning the formulation and amendments of many laws on the prevention and the control of gender-based violence. So in 2000, I was the chair of the Labor Committee of the executive branch of the government. And then I continued to lobby the executive branch, and it finally led to the passage of the Act of Gender Equality in Employment in 2002. And in 2004, women's groups, experts, and scholars formed an alliance. And then we were able to successfully lobby the executive branch and the legislative branch to promote CEDAW. So we launched the Taiwan-style local review model of human rights conventions. So it has been already 15 years since 2004. And because of the martial law regime in the past in Taiwan and our very special international circumstances, Taiwan was not familiar with the International Women's Human Rights Codes. However, we can see that the ideological inspiration brought by local women's rights movement and the institutional reforms promoted have laid the foundation for the introduction of CEDAW to Taiwan. So I want to thank you for your support and efforts. And Taiwan fully accepts all CEDAW regulations without retaining any provisions. So we can see the significance of the convergence of CEDAW and the local women's rights movements in the government and the domestic and foreign societies have common and clear standards. And then CEDAW is like having a regular gender equality checkup for our country. And then we have actually completed 4 CEDAW national report reviews. On April 29th and 30th this year, the executive branch held a midterm review of CEDAW to self-examine the progress of various agencies in implementing the concluding observations. It is only convention in Taiwan that has a midterm review mechanism. So we can see for the 4th CEDAW national report in 2022, and then we actually participated in the international review committees meetings, and we were very happy to see that our 2 professors who serve on the international review committee, I want to thank them for coming to Taiwan from afar to share their expertise and experience with us. For the past 15 years, We have achieved remarkable results in implementing the concluding observations of CEDAW, including the abolition of adultery in the criminal code, the legalization of same-sex marriage, the establishment of National Human Rights Commission, and the amendments of many laws and regulations on the prevention and control of gender-based violence. But we have also observed some stagnant bottlenecks, such as women's employment and economic equality in the marriage and family system. So these are the focuses that these are the issues that we want to focus on this time. We would like to overcome these difficulties and implement CEDAW furthermore. We believe that this is the best way to celebrate the 45th anniversary of adoption of CEDAW. We can see human rights and gender equality are already universal values, but they always need to be practiced on the ground to be truly reflected. It's important for every generation to take the baton and to continue to fight for human rights. And the National Human Rights Commission will continue to work with the civil society. Let's all work together. I want to thank Professor Brun and also Professor Kadari for coming from afar. I also want to thank you all for your participation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chen Ju. Please remain on the stage. We would like to take a photo.
Come up to the stage when your name is called. 首先，我们先请主委在舞台前方就位。And now we would like to invite Professor Ruth Halperin Kadari and Professor Nicholas Brun to come up to the stage to join the photo call. 接下来，我们要邀请国家人权委员会委员以及参与语谈的贵宾，麻烦请一同来到台前跟我们进行大合照。
May I invite all the guests to come forward for a group photo?
来，有请。那诚如刚才主委跟我们清楚的讲到
As we have just heard from Chair Chen, this is an ongoing journey as we pursue the protection of equal gender treatment or gender equality. So we are very happy that you can join us in the forum to discuss this important issue. At the forum, we have representatives from different sectors. And now we are going to take a group photo. Please look to the camera in the front.
Photographer. All right. 3, 2, 1. 好，看一下我们的摄影师有没有照到我们这个重要的历史性的一刻，有帮我们捕捉到这个需要的画面了吗？ Okay, one more. 3, 2, 1. 好的，我们掌声谢谢台前的贵宾。
A round of applause for all our distinguished guests.
To your seat. 好，各位贵宾，接下来我们将进入主题演讲1。接下来的时间，我们就把主持棒交给国家人权委员会田秋瑾委员，让我们掌声欢迎。
Now I'll give the floor to Commissioner Tian. It is our great honor that we can have Professor Ruth Halperin Kadari serving as our first keynote speaker. She is an expert on family law and international women's rights. And she served as a member of the CEDAW committee for 3 terms, and she also served as the vice chair of the committee once. In fact, she received the United Nations Women's Courage Award, and she has been named one of Apolitical 100 most influential people in gender policy around the world. We are very happy that Professor Kadari could fly in Taiwan from Israel. In fact, she missed her connecting flight. She waited a long time at the airport. She flew to the Netherlands and then Germany, and finally, she arrived here this morning. We thank her so much for making it possible to give us the keynote speech. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Professor Ruth Halperin-Kadari to give us a keynote speech on gender equality and the economic security of spouses. Let's welcome her.
Thank you very much, President Chen Chu and commissioners and all the organizers of this important conference. I'm deeply honored, and I'm grateful for this opportunity, for having invited me here. I think this is a very, very special opportunity for me personally. I think I also share the sentiments of my colleague, Mr. Brun. It is not often that we get the chance to be able to hear from a country that we served as their reviewers to come and participate in a discussion that actually looks very deeply into the comments, into the recommendations that we had in the review. So I really, really appreciate this opportunity that you provide us with. I'm happy that I made it here. As you heard, it was a bit of a challenging trip, but thank goodness the flight eventually worked out. And please bear with me if I'm a bit too tired. I hope I will manage to get through everything that I prepared. So without further ado, what I plan to do today is to look at to first give the more theoretical context of the institution of the family and of family law, and to emphasize the link, the inextricable link between the regulation of the family relations, of course by the law, and the issue of women's economic situation and welfare. I will then talk a little bit about the data from a comparative lens, and focusing, of course, on Taiwan, and emphasizing the gender pay gap and what we call the motherhood penalty, which in fact shows that when we talk about women's economic situation, we should in fact differentiate, we should distinguish between mothers and others. So it's not necessarily women and men, it's mothers and others. Then the question is, what can the law do? And there we will focus on CEDAW's general recommendation number 29, which attempts to address all the challenges and the difficulties that we will that we are facing, and that I will cover in the first part of my talk. And I think that the second part of this morning's session will indeed take us into a deeper look into Taiwan's civil code, the regulations of marital property and of alimony, but this will be in the second part of the session, of this morning's session. So why is family law so important? The family is the natural and fundamental group unit of society. This is a quotation from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And marriage remains the norm for the vast majority of women at some point. And when I say marriage here, I should actually be more accurate. And I do not necessarily mean the formal institution of marriage, but I mean the couple, the family unit, the living together to raise children. But it does remain the norm for the vast majority of women at some point in their life. And the impact on women's lives of inequality between men and women within the institution of marriage is still deep and broad. Inequality in the family is the most damaging of all forces in women's life. It is the foundation of all other forms of discrimination, and it is the most difficult aspect of discrimination to address, both because of the intimate nature of family relations, making it insulate from the external world and from the regulation of the state, at least until the very, very deep into the 20th century. The notion that there is the separation between the public and the private. The public is the political sphere, the labor market, and the private is the family, and so the state should keep out of the private. The private is beyond the control of the state, and the state should not and must not intervene in the family relations. This is what I mean when I say the intimate nature of family relations. And also, why is it also so difficult to get over the discriminatory aspects of family relations? Because they are very often based on unspoken traditional attitudes and stereotypes that define family roles. And we should, of course, add here, very often are based on religious norms. I come from a country where family law is still regulated by religious norms, not by civil norms. Marriage and divorce in Israel are only done according to the religious laws of the parties involved. So all these are reasons that tell us that family relations and family regulations are really difficult to tackle and to change. Now, the context that we must address is, of course, the economic context. And we have a lot of data that leaves no doubt as to the fact that we are talking about global gender pay gap, where women earn, on average, 23% less than men globally. And this is taken from the SDG site of the United Nations. And here I put report from February 22, that tells us from Taiwan News, that tell us that the gender pay gap in Taiwan had risen to 15.8%, but as you can see, it is quite less than the world average. It is less than in the United States. It is less than in most European countries. It is definitely less than my own country in Israel. So this is the good news, right? But there is still a gender pay gap of 16% between men and women in Taiwan. But what is more relevant to our discussion is the gap with respect to what we call the care economy, to the unpaid care and domestic work. Because this is where the root cause of the different situation and the different economic situation between men and women, this is where it lies. It lies in the fact that, on average in the world, women spend 3 times more, as many hours as men each day in unpaid care and domestic work. And I don't think I have to tell you what this unpaid care and domestic work means. It means all the work that is done in the home, in taking care of family members, mostly children, starting with babies and moving on as they grow older, taking care of sick family members, taking care of the elderly, and of course, performing all the house tasks, all the house duties. And we don't need to go into details here. All this is care and domestic unpaid work. And on average in the world, women spend 3 times more than men. And 75% of all global unpaid work is done by women. Now, this is another slide that I think, unfortunately, I could not find the exact data for Taiwan. I realized that in many international surveys, Taiwan is not examined in itself on its own, which is really very unfortunate. But still, it does give you an impression of this phenomena of the gaps between the time that women spend on unpaid work and the time that men spend on unpaid work. So the bottom line is that this is the data from 33 developed countries, and more than 50% of the global working age population. Men spend a third of the time that women spend doing unpaid work. So it's just another way of viewing what we saw in the last in the previous slide. And of course, I will be happy to send these slides afterwards if anybody is interested in examining them more closely. And here we do have the exact data from Taiwan with respect to what we call the motherhood penalty. Now, this title, motherhood penalty, sometimes it refers to as the effect on the actual participation in the workforce by women after they give birth to their first child. Sometimes it refers to the effect in the earning of women after they give birth to their first child. So we have to be accurate in the data that we examine. This data, taken from the atlas of the motherhood penalty, it's very, very interesting. There is an atlas for motherhood penalty. So this data refers to the actual participation in the workforce. You see the title, Change in Employment of Men and Women Relative to 2 years before the birth of their first child. And it's done very meticulously to cover for other differences, for the gap, for the initial gap in women and men's participation in the workforce. And it also covers for other variables such as age differences, et cetera, et cetera. So what you can see here, Taiwan is the yellow and orange lines. The yellow is the participation, I think I can I use? Okay, yes, okay. The yellow is the participation of women in the workforce. This line here is where the first child arrives. The orange is the participation of Taiwanese men in the workforce. What is very apparent is that when the first child arrives, men's participation, or we should say fathers' participation in the workforce, remains more or less the same, with slight decrease here between year 3 and year 4, and then remains stable. Mothers' participation, on the other hand, right? Here it's women's participation, and here it is mother's participation. When the woman becomes the mother, her participation in the workforce abruptly declines and remains very, very low. And this is what, when I looked at these numbers and these data, I was really struck by the difference between the dynamics in the Taiwanese society and labor market compared with other labor markets and employment patterns in other areas. Let's take Asia in general, for example. It's the blue. Men's participation hardly is not affected, and it even actually rises after the men become fathers. Women's participation declines, but not as deeply as in Taiwan. Oceania, it declines almost as deeply as Taiwan, but it is still a little higher than that. What is North America? North America is also interesting. Sorry, I think I got it a little bit mixed up. Asia, or I didn't talk about Asia. Asia is actually the most interesting to compare with Taiwan, because you see that women's participation falls after the first child is born, but then immediately right afterwards, it rises up to reach almost the same level as before the first child. So this is, I think, what we should bear in mind when we examine the situation in Taiwan compared to other countries in Asia. I think this is really significant difference in the dynamics, and I believe it should raise concern to policymakers here in Taiwan. Let's move on. So this is the motherhood penalty, right? And what I also think that policymakers in Taiwan should be concerned about, or should bear in mind, is that this dynamic which we've just seen, the sharp decrease in women's participation after the first child is born, which remains very, very low, which I think shows a worse situation than other countries, especially neighboring countries. And it's surprising because the previous data that we examined, the pay gap in general, puts Taiwan in a rather better situation compared with other countries, right? We saw that the overall pay gap, wage gap, is almost 25% worldwide, and in Taiwan it's less than 16%. So there is some discrepancy here in the dynamic when we try to look comparatively the situation of Taiwan with other countries. I think I will just skip these two slides. Are just more data that prove that the factor that determines 80% of the pay gap is motherhood, is not simply gender differences, but it is the fact that women become mothers. And this is another way to look at it, that the fact that men have children does not affect their earning capacity, does not affect their wages. And now we get to the law. So what can the law do? So we start with the international norm of Article 16 of the CEDAW Convention, which says that state parties shall take all appropriate measures to eliminate discrimination against women in all matters relating to marriage and family relations. In particular, shall ensure, basis of equality between men and women, the same rights for both spouses in respect of the ownership, acquisition, management, administration, enjoyment, and disposition of property, whether free of charge or for a valuable consideration. Now, this is quite abstract. It does not go into details. It just gives the principle that there should be equality, gender equality, in all aspects relating to marital property throughout the marriage life. And when I started my, my term on CEDAW in 2007, and I am a law professor in Israel that specializes in family relations and family law, I very quickly noticed that there is what I sensed a lacuna with respect to going into details when it comes to the issue of economic justice and fairness between spouses when family relations dissolve. I noticed that the committee's concluding observations lack specificity and lack clear instructions into what countries, what the reporting states should employ in order to meet the challenges of the disparity, the economic disparity between husband and wives, between fathers and mothers, when the relationships end. And I realized that this lacuna comes from the fact that Article 16 is really too broad, too abstract, and lacks specific directives. And so I took it upon myself to come to lead the adoption of a specific general recommendation that focuses on the economic consequences of family relations and their dissolution. It was a work of 5 years. I did it with a very good colleague of mine, Professor Marcia Freeman. I think I will need a little more than that. Maybe we can have some time from the Q&A, if I'm allowed. Okay, thank you. Professor Marcia Freeman, previously from Minnesota University. And it was really very, very hard labor to go through General Recommendation number 29 because of all the sensitivities that have to do with traditional norms and religious norms, etc., etc. But here I wanted to put some of the highlights of General Recommendation 29. The guiding principle is that to achieve formal and substantive egalitarian regime under which the economic benefits and costs of family relations and their economic consequences of their dissolution are borne equally. The starting point is that women and men, when they end their relationships, they exit the institute of marriage or of family. They exit it in a different position economically. There are disparate effects of the marriage on men and women, and the states should do everything in their power to mitigate these discrepancies and disparate the benefits and the costs of the relationship should be borne equally by both parties to the institute of marriage. And sorry, I cannot press, there should be hyperlinks here, but I don't think that I can press the hyperlinks with this. Yes, the first one on the left. Right, okay. So the actual wording, thank you, so I will direct them. The actual wording in the general recommendation is in paragraph 35. States parties must also prevent abuse of unequal bargaining power in making the contracts. Here we talk about the prenuptial and postnuptial agreements. Go to the, oh, I can go to the previous slide. This actually relates to the next table. that where we insisted on ensuring women's awareness and understanding of their decisions in making informed consent regarding prenuptial and postnuptial agreements. In many regimes, the parties can actually opt out of the default marital property regime that is enshrined in the law, but in order to ensure that these contracts are fair and just, the state must also ensure that the women are aware of their rights and that they are fully understanding the property regime and the implications of the contracts that they enter to, and to mitigate, to work against abusing higher power that the husbands may have over the women in making such contracts. I will skip the next slide, and I will go to the one on the left-hand side, where we also demand, and this was very relevant also to the Taiwanese civil code, to remove any fault-based conditioning of alimony and property rights. Can you press the word fault-based? Right. So state parties should revise provisions that link grounds for divorce and financial consequences to eliminate opportunities for husbands to abuse these provisions to avoid any financial obligations towards their wives. Can you press the arrow below? Thank you. And we also have provisions about inheritance, again, which is very relevant to the situation in Taiwan. Equal inheritance rights for women, both as spouses and children, and the disinheritance of the surviving spouse is prohibited, which is a very far-reaching requirement, because there are many countries in which wills, when a person enters a will, he or she can actually disinherit the surviving spouse. So according to CEDAW Article General Recommendation 29, this is not allowed. And then the most important one, contribution of GR 29, is the detailed analysis and provisions of economic consequences upon dissolution, including grounds for divorce and property regimes, and introducing new concepts such as human capital and spousal post-divorce payments. Can you press on that, on these words, the human capital? Thank you. And this is the paragraph where we detail what we mean by providing the valuation, taking into consideration tangible or intangible contribution to either spouse's career development and other economic activity, and to development of his or her human capital. I know that my time is up, but I want to just get to this slide, and then I also have slides about examples of concluding observations that we used, but we can get to that later, maybe in the discussion. I just want to explain that the theory behind the earning potential, it can actually be based on two different lines of thinking. The first line of thinking is that the increased earning potential of, let's take the usual example of the husband. Let's say that the couple married when they were both in their 20s, in their early or middle 20s, and they both entered a career of professionals, medical students. The husband continued in his medical studies, regardless of the birth of the children, and they divorce when they are about 40. During these 20 or 25 years together, the wife, in a not uncommon situation, gave up her career as a medical student, and perhaps she became a nurse if she continued in the workforce. And we saw the data before that shows that Taiwanese women very often abruptly decline and severely decline in their participation in the workforce. So she gave up the opportunity cost. I mean, she accrued very, very high opportunity cost by giving birth to children and taking care of them and doing all the unpaid care work. And he went on and increased his earning potential. And at 40 or 45, he still has about 20 years of very, very high income. This high income, this delta in the income between her potential earning capacity and his potential earning capacity, this should be regarded as an asset. This should be regarded as a property that must be distributed between the man and the woman, the husband and the wife, the mother and the father. So this is the first justification, and it is viewed as a legal right when it is part of the property to be equally distributed. Then it is viewed as the right, usually of the wife, because that's the usual case in the disparate earning capacity. Now, the other rationale is a different one. It looks at the significant gap in the financial and economic situation of the husband and wife, of the mother and the father in the example that I gave in most cases, and it says this is not fair, this is unjust. And it employs equity considerations as part of the alimony award, of the award that the weaker part, the weaker partner in the union, usually the wife, is allowed to get. And so this is more, it's not considered as a right, it is considered more as a charity, as a fairness consideration. So these are two different rationales. Yes, so I'm stopping here, and we can give example of COBs later on in the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kadari, for your wonderful insights. Please take your seat on the stage. Thank you very much. 接下来我们邀请田秋瑾委员来到。
Let's welcome Commissioner Tian.
好，谢谢，我们感谢卡达里教授。
Thank you for this wonderful presentation. Now we have 20 minutes for Q&A. Any questions from the floor? Any questions you would like to direct to Professor Halperin Kadari? Before you ask the question, please identify yourself, your affiliation, which NGO do you represent, for example. Please.
Your insightful speech, and I love you. Give you more time to explain the shift between from the theory of alimony, from the pension-like fault-based to the compensation consideration here. Because in our new draft from our Ministry of Justice, we come up with a new draft for the alimony. But in the reasoning for the amendment, they still use the principle of fairness, just like you said, the equity consideration of alimony. And I think the principle of fairness is too much value-laden for judges to consider. So instead of considering the gap between and the evidence, economic evidence between the wages, they will in the future think about the fairness between two of them. So I would love you to explain more about the theory behind the alimony consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. It really gives me the opportunity to expand a little bit. And if okay, it's already gone. But if you noticed, I put the word alimony in quotation marks because I shared your skepticism and your criticism of using this term. As you said, it is extremely value-laden. It has a history. We know that in American and I mean in common law countries, alimony was awarded only to women, to wives who behaved according to the exact moral expectations that that was required from them, and if a woman had strayed her ways or was behaved did not keep fidelity to her husband, then she lost the right. Thank you. She lost the right to earn, to achieve, to receive alimony. So I agree. It's actually quite dangerous to maintain this terminology because it can open up the way to maintain these moralistic considerations, especially if, as you say, I would very much like to see the draft bill and to see how exactly it is phrased there. But if you say that the term fairness is put there, fairness can also be laden with moralistic considerations. And the idea behind that paragraph, now I can't remember which one, in General Recommendation 29, that calls for the separation between issues of morality and the economic consequences, the idea is that there is really no place for fault-based considerations, for moralistic considerations when it comes to economic situation. These are completely separate. So I personally prefer to use the first rationale that is shown here in the slide, the rationale that actually regards this increased earning potential, the increased human capital of the stronger side in the marital partnership, which is usually the husband, but not always. It sometimes can be the wife. But to see his or her increased earning potential and enhanced human capital as part of the property that should be equally distributed between the two spouses. Now, it's tricky. Many would say that it's impossible to compute it. Many would say that it is too theoretical, too hypothetical. But we do have, the law does have tools to compute future earning potentials when, for example, take the whole area of road accidents, right? For insurance payments. When a person is hit by a car and loses his or her earning capacity, then the courts or the insurance company, they know very well how to calculate and how to compute the compensation that he or she are eligible to receive. So why not employ the same methodology in this area of marital property and of future earning potential? Now, you may also come and say, but there could be changes in circumstances. Maybe the high earner, maybe he wants to take an early retirement. Or maybe he remarries and he has more children. Or maybe she starts a new career and all of a sudden her earning capacity is highly increased. Or maybe she remarries and has a new provider and she really doesn't need she's in a much better situation now. So that's where the idea of post-divorce balancing payments, that's where it comes. This is the terminology that I prefer to use. Not alimony, but post-divorce balancing payments, which means that it is not a one-time payment, it is periodic payments that can take changes into consideration. Now I know people would come and say, but this means that they are tied forever. What about the clean break theory? So my answer is that the clean break is a myth. When couples have children, there can never be clean break. When they have children, they are tied together. I don't want to say forever, but at least until the children are really adults on their own. There's no clean break. So if we really want to achieve justice, gender justice, we have to overcome these myths such as clean break or the arguments that it's too difficult, too complicated, and too intricate to do all these calculations.
谢谢，谢谢。
Thank you. I think we have about 10 minutes left. Commissioner Upe Kanaso, please. I'm not an expert in this field. I would like to ask a question about motherhood penalty. In fact, I am not sure about the Chinese translation of the term, because I think when you talk about the impact on employment and income, we are talking about some quantifiable inequality. Is there another way to describe the inequality between the two parties in a relationship? So can we say mother vocation, mother mission instead of mother penalty? I am an indigenous member in Taiwan, so I come from a maternalistic society. So the maternity penalty doesn't make sense to me. So would you consider using other terms?
No, I appreciate the sensitivity here, and I very much appreciate the cultural heritage that may not fit in the, I admit, Western terminology that uses this harsh word penalty in order to make a case, in order to, to have people actually react and understand that there's really a problem here. I would welcome any other suggestion that might seem more appropriate to. The point is really not the exact wording. The point is to understand that there is a cost. There is a cost for bearing children, and the cost is not borne equally by men and women. The cost is borne much, much more heavily by women, by mothers, than by men who become fathers, who don't even seem to bear a cost when they bear children, when they have children. So choose whatever word you feel is more appropriate. But the message is that this must be taken into consideration, the policymakers, the legislators must be aware of this and change the laws accordingly. In fact, it's not just changing the laws, right? I mean, I talked here about changing the laws in relation to distribution of marital property, but the whole structure of the employment market, the labor market, should be changed, and the educational system should be changed. I mean, there are much more vaster changes to make here, but these data are very important, and we must act to change the consequences here.
好，我们剩最后5分钟。
So Commissioner Ji, please. Well, I think on the word penalty, when we made proposals to revise the law, we gave a lot of thought about that word. However, I think we, as mothers, make a lot of contribution to family. Maybe we can focus on contributions rather than the negative side. However, I have to say I prefer penalty because it is truly a cost borne by women. So if we want to calculate contributions, I think it can be even more difficult. However, I still want to ask Professor Halperin Kadari, what do you think about this?
Maybe a more neutral term would be consequences. Not penalty, but consequences. And consequences can go both ways, both to include what you refer to as contribution and as cost. Interestingly, it all starts with C. So consequences, contributions, costs. Maybe this is what you can use.
我们还有4分钟的时间。
We still have 4 minutes. Any other questions? There's one in the back. So my question is, in Taiwan, more than 80% of people divorce consensually. They only need to register in the household registration. Many of the women wanted to get out of the marriage very quickly, or they do not understand the civil code about divorce. So in their divorce agreement, they didn't know about their rights, so they gave up their rights. And the 2022 CEDAW observation, it talks about using a judicial system in divorce in Taiwan, but that may create an impact in Taiwan, and maybe the courts are not able to burden the, this kind of amount of divorce if there's a change. So there is a new template about divorce agreement. So there is actually more details added to the template. Is that enough to safeguard the economic benefits of the divorced women? So I wonder, in the international society, are there any examples of using consensual divorce while at the same time maintaining the women's rights?
I remember in the 2022 review that I was really very surprised to hear about this phenomena of more than 85% going through administrative divorce with no judicial oversight. And as far as I know, this is quite unique globally. I think there are very few other legal regimes which offer administrative divorce, and even they, again, as far as I know, and I have to admit I did not look very deeply into that, it's really worth researching. Even that, I think, is only when there are no children. Only when it's just the couples separating and that's it. And I think that in any judicial system where there are children, there must be some sort of judicial oversight to safeguard the best interest of the children because very often, due to the power discrepancies and due to what you just said, many women simply want quickly out of their marriages. Very often this is due to domestic violence or to coercive control and abuse of power. And so it comes at the cost of the children's rights, of agreeing to very, very low child support payments or perhaps even no child support payments. And if I remember correctly, what we asked from the government here in our review is to at least conduct a research to see what are the results? What are the results of these administrative divorces? Focusing on children, focusing on the welfare of the children. Now, I understand so that there is a new template, as you suggested. I would very much like to see it, to see if it's really in the right direction, but I don't think it's enough. I think that there should be judicial oversight, and so courts will have more work. So there needs to be more human power in the court system to do that.
好，我们的时间到了，非常可。
So we're running out of our time. I know that you all want to continue our discussion, but our time is up. Now I would like to invite our panelists to come forward. At the same time, I would like to invite Professor Nicholas Broom to come forward. So for our panelists, Director Liu Yingxiu and Professor Dai and Director Chen to come forward. So Professor Dai is a law professor in the National Zhengzhi University, and then she has done a lot of work in terms of the economic benefits of divorced women. And then Liu Yingxiu, Director of Department of Legal Affairs of MOJ. And then she supervised human rights affairs and participated in the review of ICCPR and ICESCR. Dr. Chen is a practicing lawyer and a director of Awakening Foundation. And then she has a lot of first-hand experience to share with us. And then Professor Nicholas Broom is a member of CEDAW. Now, without further ado, I will invite Professor Dai to go first.
哦，他需要 PowerPoint， 是帮他放一下。
Distinguished speakers, Madam Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very honored to attend the forum, and I would like to share with you my observations based on my years of teaching and practices. First of all, I will focus on the paragraphs 71 to 72 and 74 to 85 of the concluding observations and recommendations made by the IRC in 2022. In fact, the relative section in the Civil Code has undergone a few amendments. However, it used to be rather patriarchal and very out of date. Now we leverage the international conventions to update the relative sections to remove paragraphs and provisions that discriminate against women. I would like to highlight that now it is time for Taiwan to move from formal equality to substantive equality. Here's the outline of my presentation. So based on the paragraphs I just mentioned, I will divide my talk into 7 parts. The first one focuses on ancestor worship guilds. The second one is non-judicial divorce by mutual agreement. The third part focuses on divorce mediation. And the fourth part is about, and I will also talk about the illegitimate children and de facto unions, as well as the economic consequences in the event of dissolution. First of all, on ancestor worship guilds. In fact, family structure in Taiwan has undergone tremendous changes. More emphasis is now placed on individuals, and individual right protection is now at the heart of many of the new legislations. Ancestor worship guilds is a very traditional institution, and it is high time that it needed to be changed and reformed. In fact, from Judicial Yuan Interpretation Number 728 to Constitutional Court Ruling Number 1 in 2023, proposals have been made to amend Articles 4 and 5 of the Act for Ancestor Worship Guilds. In my slides, I will first highlight the concluding observations made by the IRC members. As you can see, the Act for Ancestor Worship Guilds basically excludes women from membership of such guilds. And in some cases, if there are no internal rules in these guilds, usually it's the male descendants would be appointed as the successor. Of course, this is not in sync with CEDAW provisions. Therefore, according to the the Judicial Yuan Interpretation Number 728, according to that interpretation, the first half of the Article 4 of that Act is not unconstitutional. Basically, this can be seen as a compromise made between the modern law and traditional law, because according to that interpretation, it is based on the respect for private association and property disposition. But in 2023, the Constitutional Court ruling number 1 determined that the second half of Article 4 of the Act for Ancestor Worship Guild is unconstitutional because the provision did not include female descendants as potential successors and membership of the guilds, thus violating Article 7 of the ROC Constitution. In other words, membership of these guilds should not be based on gender. And in fact, we have proposed to amend Article 5. According to the proposed amendment, basically, gender will not be an issue anymore in selecting membership and successorship of such guilds, as long as they are of the lineal relatives by blood. As for Article 4, before 2008, all the ancestor worship guilds established before 2008 should also abide by the new amendments. As for non-judicial divorce by mutual agreement, again, the current challenge is now the divorce only needs to be registered at the local household registration authorities without any oversight from the court. If the divorce is engaged by both parties by mutual consent. However, we need to change the civil code to make it possible that a divorce can take place even though no party is to blame. And at that time, the court should intervene to ensure equal rights of both parties. Right now, we can see that the family law as well as the Domestic Violence Prevention Act do not provide specific provisions as to divorce mediation. In the Domestic Violence Prevention Act, even though it is clearly indicated that in the event of domestic violence involved divorce, then mediation must be prohibited. As for same-sex marriage, we have recently loosened our regulations by coming up with a new piece of legislation to allow same-sex couples to apply for the use of artificial reproduction technologies. As for the same-sex couples involving foreign nationals, we have exerted efforts through different branches of the government. For example, the households registration authorities, the legislative yuan, the judicial yuan, hoping to recognize same-sex marriage even if the foreign national comes from a country where same-sex marriage is not recognized. However, more work needs to be done. For example, in terms of same-sex couples adoption, basically some interpretations from the judicial yuan have also loosened the current restrictions. As for de facto unions, basically, we don't have specific laws in place to recognize de facto unions, so it is dealt with on a case-by-case basis. In fact, according to Judicial Yuan Interpretation Number 647, the de facto husband and wife relationship is recognized. However, no law is yet in place to recognize the rights of such partners. And recently, in the higher court has made a decision concerning the rights of such de facto unions. Illegitimate children. Right now, the Civil Code still retains the term illegitimate children. However, we know that children's rights should not be violated simply because of the marital status of their parents. Therefore, we would like to place the intentional parenthood ahead of the so-called biological truth. Next, on alimony, distribution of marital property and pensions. This is a very topical issue. We have been discussing how we can perfect the substantive laws, even though we may have the formal law in place. Implementation, execution is still the key. As for the post-divorce property effectiveness, right now the legislators are looking into three aspects: alimony, marital property distribution, and pension. I think for these three aspects, they deal with the different dimensions of a marital relationship. For example, the marital property distribution is really about the valuation of the marriage life of the past. Intangible assets should also be included. As for post-divorce alimony, basically it should be used as a mechanism to achieve economic equality between the two parties. As for the pension payment, I think this, of course, aims to provide better protection for retirement life. However, it is even more difficult in implementing any policies in this area. So on alimony, we know that according to the current draft, basically, if one party may be reduced to difficulties in livelihood because after divorce, then the other party will have the obligation to pay alimony. But we have added more detailed requirements in the draft. So to sum up, I think now we face a time when traditional values are clashing with individualism. This is the case of ancestor worship guilds because we are talking about shifting family property into individual property. At the same time, we are recognizing a diverse forms of family. We have to rethink the essence of marriage and family. So we expand the concept of family in the process. Also, we have to focus on children when we make all these decisions. In addition, we have to pay more attention to safeguarding the rights of the weaker parties in the event of marriage dissolution. Laws should be set up to make sure these rights can be enforceable. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will leave some time for both Professor Halperin Kadari and Professor Broom to respond. So each panelist has only 10 minutes. Next.
Dear moderator and to professors, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Ministry of Justice, I'm honored to be able to come here to talk about, to respond to the observations. So for these observations, when it comes to civil code, I'll be talking about all the relevant points. So you can see altogether there are 10 points. So I will put them into 5 categories. So I'll be talking about these points and paragraphs one after another. So in the interest of time, I will be skipping some of the slides. And for point 74 and 75, and the previous speakers talk about whether it is a good structure to have this consensual divorce. How can we safeguard the rights of women and the children? And then also in the concluding conclusions, talking about the introduction of judicial supervision. So the things in Taiwan, if you look at the third point on the slide, divorced women may give up some of their rights due to a lack of understanding of their post-divorce legal rights and obligations or pressure to quickly exit the marriage. And for the Ministry of Justice, we think that although more than 85% of divorces are done consensually, however, we believe that it still has its benefits and advantages. For the two parties, if they agree to divorce and they have reached a consensus through consensual divorce, there is actually nothing wrong about that. It has to be done. They have to present a written document, and 2 witnesses need to sign, and they can go to the household registration. It's a very convenient way to do so. But most important thing is to safeguard the rights of the 2 parties. So with the current system in place, we have taken some corresponding measures. For example, we have commissioned a research done by Professor Dai. So she proposed a lot of suggestions. So you can see this is the research methodology. And for regulatory consideration status, we think that the current situation, the current system needs to continue. But how can we better enhance the 2 parties' understanding of their rights? So we can see we published the Marriage Law Rights Protection Handbook. So in the handbook, it talks about alimony, the allocation of property, prenup agreement, and the support of children. So we propose different kinds of scenarios in the marriage. With the publication of the handbook, we hope that for people who are going to enter into marriage or who are already in the marriage or who want to divorce, they can understand all the legal rights, and then they'll be able to get access to resources and end their marriage peacefully. So last year, we completed this handbook. We also have an electronic version online. And the Ministry of the Interior also revised the divorce agreement template. And then during the QA, a questionnaire asked about things included in the template, like, for example, alimony, child support fees, and so on. So this template can be used to remind the 2 parties that they need to pay attention to all these legal issues when it comes to divorce. And for the Ministry of Health and Welfare, they have a family mediation service. We hope that through this kind of administrative measures, we can help the 2 parties to be able to have all the legal knowledge. And then for point 78 and 79, these are about same-sex marriage. And then Professor Dai also talked about this. So this part has been solved. So we can see last year we amended the law. So let's look at the conclusion. So for the amended law, we can see same-sex couples now can adopt non-biological children. They can also jointly adopt a third-party child, granting same-sex couples the same rights to adopt children as opposite-sex couples. So this has been addressed. And for cross-national same-sex couples involving countries that do not allow same-sex marriage, we can see that last year, the Ministry of the Interior says that Taiwanese nationals marrying same-sex partners from countries that do not recognize same-sex marriage. And we can see that we follow the enforcement, we follow the act governing the application of laws in civil matters involving foreign elements, and this problem has also been addressed. And for this one, de facto unions. So this is about cohabiting system. And for our department, for our ministry, we think that it's necessary to have a more in-depth research. So we commissioned a research project which come up with suggestions. And we think that cohabiting partners in Taiwan is still, relevant data is still insufficient, making it difficult to support the rationality of legal construction. So we will continue to collect data and then experiences to see whether it is necessary to formulate a dedicated law. And there is a point about children born out of wedlock. We also had a commissioned project. And for this issue, we can see in the civil code, there are wording related to children born in and out of wedlocks. There are also other 16 acts involving this kind of term. So it will not be ideal to just replace the wording. It's important to evaluate the entire system. And we also commissioned a project on March 1st this year. We commissioned scholars to refer to the examples in Germany and Switzerland to amend the parents and children chapter of the Civil Code's family law. We evaluate the entire system, not just replacing the name. It's important to have a structural review. And then we have a commissioned project. When we get the results of the project research, we will be able to amend the law accordingly. And for alimony and the allocation of remaining property, in the interest of time, I can only briefly talk about this. And this year, there is an advance announcement related to the family law of civil code. So we can see that for this family law amendment, it includes the conditions for alimony and educated divorce. So for alimony, there are 6 points, 6 keys here. We have already eliminated the provision about a no-fault basis. And then we can see for consensual divorce, they can also seek alimony. So we follow the requirements of the review committee. And then for alimony, they can negotiate first and then seek help from the court. So what kind of conditions there are in terms of reducing or exempting alimony? There are 6 relevant provisions, and you can go check out the provisions online, and also please provide us with your feedback. And for property, we can see the latest provisions. Actually, there was an amendment in 2021. And then we had our consultation meeting, and we think that we will maintain the amendment done in 2021, but we'll continue to observe. If it is necessary, we'll also revise the law. So that's all for my part. Thank you. And next, Director Chen. Hello, everyone. I'm Director Chen from the Awakening Foundation. I'm a practicing lawyer for consensual divorce in terms of children and property, because women want to exit the marriage very quickly. So maybe they will be at a disadvantage. So even though in the court, through a mediation process, but still, many people want to get out of the marriage, so they compromise during the mediation process. So if they have any agreement during the process, it's still, making it difficult, disadvantage for women. So maybe it's better not to have an agreement. They can wait until the court, probably through a court proceedings, that may better protect the rights of the women and their children. So if the mediation fails, and then I ask for advice, and then because of the court proceeding, when we have this litigation, I did not talk about alimony and child support. And then in that case, that means that you will not be able to have access to alimony. And also for the allocation, distribution of property, we know it's a personal right. Many people do not ask for it. So these are the kind of like minor details. If you do not make a request in the beginning, it's okay. But in terms of alimony, you can only ask for an alimony if you go for a judicial decree. So, but it's very rare to be able to be granted with alimony. So we think that it's important to amend laws and provisions related to alimony. So far, in terms of alimony, it has 3 requirements. So that means the party must be innocent. And then it has to be a judicial decree of divorce, and then the person needs to have difficulties in livelihood. That means this person is not able to make money. So that is actually a very strict standard for young women, even though in the marriage, and this person quit her job, but still, the judge would think this person has the ability to make money, so that she will not be able to be granted with alimony. So I think we talk about all of this in the International Review Committee. So how can we amend the laws related to alimony? So we can see now the society has changed. Many times, both parents work, and women also they leave their work because of the child care responsibility. They should have a good career waiting for them, but because of child care, they had to leave the workforce. So we talk about motherhood penalty. So we think it's important to reposition modern women. And Ministry of Justice talks about a draft amendment, talking about repositioning alimony. Professor Tai also mentioned this. So there is a condition of difficulties in livelihood. There should also be a provision on the reduction, the impairment of their earning potentials. So when we talk about the condition of difficulties in livelihood, like we said, this is actually a very strict standard. That is a very high bar. It makes it difficult to ask for alimony. In terms of laws, that means we follow the old legal idea. So that is not about the compensation for the reduction of earning potentials. These are 2 different legal ideas. So if we put that in the same law, it will be difficult for the judge to apply to the law. So if you see that as an extension of support, then that is a different idea from compensation of the reduction of earning power. So these are 2 different sets of standards. So we think it's important to forsake the traditional patriarchal concept. If it's an extension of support, that means that when this woman remarries, there is another set of limitation. So in that case, does that affect the person's potential to make earnings? I think that is something that we propose to the Ministry of Justice. So I'm asking for alimony because, my working ability is impaired. However, when I enter a new marriage, does that mean that my work ability is still reduced? I think we need to further discuss about this idea when it comes to a second marriage. So although there are amendments regarding alimony, but there are more details that require our discussion. So I'd like to know more about the international experts' ideas so that you can give us more suggestions in terms of the laws.
Well, I know that our government is amending the post-divorce alimony systems and laws. Well, I would like to ask Professor Kadari to respond to the comments made by the panelists, and then Professor Broom.
Thank you very much. And since I'm taking the floor for the first time, I very much want to thank you for the kind invitation to this very open and frank discussion on what's going on in relation to the review, which I had the honor to participate in 2 years ago. And I really want to congratulate you for seriously working with these issues and our recommendations. And I think this is a good start for the dialogue that the report is taken seriously. Since this is really the specialty of my colleague, I will let her answer to most of the issues, but I will raise a few things which I want to reflect upon here. And I think that when I heard the comments from the Ministry of Justice, who of course is very much has a key role when it comes to reforming this legislation, and I was happy for some of the information, but I have some concerns also, and I think that there are some issues which we recommended, which would be, in my view, quite easy to deal with, which are not very complicated issues. And for me, when I look at the international examples, I think the issue of how to deal with de facto unions, for instance, is should not be a very complicated issue, because you can have a system where you register de facto unions, and then you can have a legislation where you tell what are the legal consequences of this, and you can see whether there are some instances where you need to have some special rules. But I think this is a very should not be a tricky thing. So I was perhaps a little bit surprised that it seems that it was regarded as complicated. Also, I think there are some clear issues, and I was happy to hear that the issue of how to deal with children born out of wedlock, that there you are seriously reviewing this, and I think this is also really an issue which concerning the right of the child, that you cannot not treat children differently depending on what circumstances they have been born in. So this is something which I think is urgent to continue on. What I also was concerned about is that how you deal with the procedures in relation to divorce, and my colleague Madame Kadari already touched upon this, but I mean, it seems that the main emphasis here is on information, on creating the handbook, and this is, of course, one part that is necessary to have information, but it cannot, I think, really solve the problem that we really have to do with unequal parties in this situation. That there is no real balance in the end. It's not only a problem of information, of knowledge. It is really a problem of creating a balanced situation, and there somehow there need to be some support for the weaker party, which is usually the woman. There should be some kind of representative or free legal aid or whatever, a person who is supporting this weaker party, not a situation where you just have some mediator, which is actually should be a neutral person, but we need to have some support, and of course in most countries that is done by judicial control, and I think some kind of judicial control you need to have, although you cannot. I understand the problem of overloading courts, but you need to have some kind of mechanism where, in the last instance, you can control this process. So there, I really think we hopefully need to do some rethinking. But of course, I mean, it's good that you are working on the handbook, on the template, and so on. It's not. I'm not at all trying to deny it, but I still think that there are deeper problems in this sector. Perhaps I leave it here and I give the floor to Madame Kadari so that she has a little bit more time to go into these details. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, like Mr. Brun, I'm very impressed by having the opportunity to understand what you have taken into consideration very seriously. I think really all of our points with respect to these paragraphs, and in some cases you also already made changes, and this is really very. I think it's really to be commended as very good practice on the international level. But I like Mr. Brun, I have similar concerns, and I will start by actually disagreeing with Mr. Brun on the issue of the de facto relations, because we distinguished between there is like a scale of a spectrum of the formality of relationships, of couples' relationships. And on the very, let's say, right-hand side, the very rigid formal one is formal marriages. And then on the other point of spectrum, the opposite point, is the de facto relations, meaning cohabitations of couples living together without any form of registration. And even in these, and then there are, in the middle, there are those systems where they allow for what they call civil unions or registered partnerships or registered unions and so forth and so on. But when in General Recommendation 29, we made like a scale of the rights and obligations of each of these different forms of relationships, from the most formalized, which draw the largest consequences of rights and obligations. But we also recognize that even with those relations that are not registered at all, there is rise to the need to protect the weaker party. And it depends, of course, on social norms. I mean, there are many countries where the phenomena of cohabitation is really increasing, and people simply do not bother to get married. Then there are much more traditional societies where it is not considered a real option. So, and I have to admit, I'm not familiar with the social norms here in Taiwan, but it's important to and it is challenging to come to a policy that will balance between motivations for people who do not get married, and maybe they really do not want to formalize the relationships and they do not want to bear any consequences of their life together. But maybe they start like this, and then in 10 or 15 years things change, and the problem of unequal power, inequality of power becomes more concrete, and then one of the party wants to formalize the relationship and the other does not. So what do you do then? How do you protect? Again, how do you protect the weaker country? So there is a challenge there, and it requires deeper thinking. Now, with respect to the non-judicial mutual divorce, I'm happy to learn that you commissioned a research. I would be very interested to learn what exactly this research looks into. Does it succeed in examining the outcome, the concrete outcome in terms of the distribution of the marital property, in terms of what we refer to still as alimony, in terms of child support, in terms of child custody? These are all the different consequences, the different issues that judicial divorce decides upon, right? The judicial divorce decides on the actual divorce, then it decides on the distribution of marital property, if there is alimony or not, and then everything that relates to children. Child custody, visitation, parental time, and of course child support. And I think that serious research in order to formalize a coherent and just policy on the side of the government, the research should examine all these points and be able to compare the outcomes of judicial divorces and non-judicial divorces. And only then you can actually see whether it works or not, whether the results are just and fair, or perhaps they lead to injustice and to inequality. So it's not enough to say that you conduct a research. I hope that it really gives the full picture to make an informed policy. The issue of alimony, I think it actually. Okay, so you eliminated the clear wording of fault, but the issue of, I understand that the financial difficulties, or now I can't remember the exact wording, but the livelihood reduced to difficult livelihood is still there. I think it actually goes back to the last part of my presentation, the differences between the concept of the increased earning potential as a property to which the weaker party is entitled, is really entitled by right, or whether it's just by grace. And I think in the Awakening project, if I'm not mistaken, it's your research where you looked into judgments and you also asked lawyers why alimony claims are being denied. And it just strengthens my suggestion to move away from those equity considerations, because the outcome is that most requests for alimony are simply denied, and to move to the theory of property and of entitlement. If I understand the current situation, if I understand it correctly, there's still more work to be done there, and yes, and also the research on comparative research with Germany and Switzerland on children born out of wedlock. I didn't quite understand your reference to broader research to look into other issues of all parent and child relationship, or maybe I didn't understand it properly, that it's not just out of wedlock questions, but all parent and children relationship. But that is already, that's opening up a much broader discussion, which we actually did not go into in today's panel. Thank you.
谢谢，谢谢。
Thank you. Thank you very much for these wonderful responses and comments. Maybe I can ask each panelist to spend 2 minutes making responses. My apologies. In fact, we should have 10 minutes for Q&A session to receive questions from the floor. May I ask for your permission, because after the second round of dialogue, we may run over time. Is it okay if we run over time? Can we extend by 10 minutes? Great, thank you. Professor Dai, please. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. On the final point on illegitimate children, why did we look into the experience in Germany and Switzerland? It's because in Germany, the wording such as illegitimate children was already removed from the civil code in Germany. So we would like to draw reference from the German experience. Aside from that, the rights and obligations are also spelled out in the civil code provisions. Right now in Taiwan, the issue is really about the wording. In fact, the rights and obligations concerning illegitimate children remain unchanged in the civil code. It's just the wording that needs to be changed. As for our research, the research at first focused on the economic consequences of women after divorce. But after collecting data, we realized that the adjudicated divorces were all the data we could collect. However, it seems there are difficulties in implementing the child support payment, for example, in these adjudicated divorces. So very often the obligator delays in making such child support payments. In our experience, very often after 2 to 3 times payments, there were no more payments from the obligator anymore. So the implementation, the execution is really key here. The family court may have to be more involved. As for the consensual divorce, it seems that even though we have legislations in place indicating that the roles and the obligations of concerned parties in supporting their children. So this information is available in their divorce agreement. However, very often the parties would not fulfill their obligations. So even though the law is there to safeguard the weaker party's rights, very often the weaker party will have no resources to make sure that the agreement is fulfilled and implemented. Very often, the wife has no idea how much money the husband has when she makes a request for such alimony.
Thank you. So I think that for the Ministry of Justice is responsible for amending the civil code. And also the previous panelists talk about alimony. So in Article 1057, so in that article, we can see that for this amendment, the no-fault basis have been removed. And also, the requirement of educated divorce has also been eliminated. So consensual divorce can also apply for alimony. However, for the condition of difficulties in livelihood, so we can see that kind of wording still remains in the amendment. Because, for example, one of the parties is maybe aging, and this person is, for example, is mentally challenged. So that means this person really is in difficulties of livelihood. So in the past, the livelihood difficulties is the most important condition for getting alimony. That is why lots of the alimony requests were denied. But now we have 2 more conditions. Either of these conditions is met, then you'll be able to apply for alimony. For example, one of them is a reduction of your earning potential. So that means we are able to address the problem of women having lower working capability because they sacrifice their career. Their working capability is diminished. And after the divorce, they are not competitive in their workspace. So we added those 2 more conditions. So that means that this kind of request it will be easier for the divorced women to get alimony. And then for the 2 parties, they will negotiate first. If they fail to have an agreement, and then they need to go to the court. So when it comes to alimony, so these are the conditions that the court need to consider. For example, they need to consider the needs of the requester. They also need to consider the economic capabilities of the obligator. Also, the court needs to consider their ages, their economic situations, and whether they need to support children under age, and whether they are able to work, or whether they need to support other people in their family, and the duration of their marriage, and so on. So the court needs to consider all of those to make a final decision in terms of alimony. So for the amendments of the alimony, all the problems that you have for the previous provisions, we can see all the problems have been addressed. Thank you. Okay, Director Chen. Because I'm a practicing lawyer, so I pay more attention to, although now the provisions have been amended, but in practice, are we able to ask for alimony? So when it comes to this distribution of remaining property, we have to think about whether it is easy to be able to get this property, because many times, it takes a very long time for the obligator to disclose his financial situation. And even though you have the data about this obligator's, financial situation, but maybe this person transfer this assets to another person, so it's difficult for the woman to get the money. Or maybe when the court has a ruling of a certain amount of payment, but we can see the obligator just refuses to do so, fails to pay. In that case, in the end, you still need to support your children independently. You're not able to get the support fees. So we can see that in practice, it's really difficult to get the money. So see, if this person is not able to get child support and this woman is not able to work, it's going to be very dangerous for this person in order to, it's difficult for them to support themselves financially. But, these are the problems that we see. So I would like to see how the ministry or the experts can let us know how to work on this part. Well, I think that is a very good discussion. And now I'll open the floor for questions. So we have 10 minutes for Q&A. Thank you. I really have learned a lot, but I have a question. I also want to ask the panelists, also our professors. Now, the average lifespan in Taiwan is very long, so maybe it's possible for you to be married for more than one time, or you have restructured family. So it's understandable to have this kind of change to alimony. But during the process of amendments, did you evaluate? Now it's easier to get alimony. Is it going to affect young people's, for example, willingness to enter marriage? I wonder in other countries whether you have done similar research on the young people's, for example, their willingness to enter marriage, because now it's easier to get alimony. Well, in the interest of time, we will collect one more question before I answer. Thank you. So we talk about alimony, talk about the conditions. So in the same provisions, we can see the difficulties in livelihood and also the reduced working capacity. So this is about the nature of alimony, whether this is an extension of the duty to support or whether this is about. So can we put these two conditions in one provision? Because one is extension of support and
of the earning capacity. So
if we put the two conditions in one provision, so it's okay to do so because these are two separate notions. And Professor Kadari didn't have time to talk about in the Act 1057-1 and -3. So the panelists didn't have time to talk about this. How come some of the wording is reserved, some of them is eliminated, but we didn't have time to talk about that. Although the court has a ruling, but still it's difficult to get the money, difficult to get alimony. So maybe you can talk about that as well.
I think that with respect to the question that is much more specific about the wording to put the two variables together and then you refer to a specific section, it will require that I look more carefully at the text because I cannot really follow it and give you a proper answer to that. And I'll be very happy, to continue discussing after the session is over. With respect to the question of what does experience from other countries show in terms of willingness to enter marriage or less willingness, as far as I know, the sociological research shows that the trends in marriage and decreasing rates of marriage have nothing to do with the actual rules of the financial consequences. They have more to do with changing societal norms about formalities and about sexual lives and about the questions of children, having children or not having children. It's not. There was. When the whole concept of even distribution of the actual property that was accrued, and I'm not talking about potential property, I'm talking about actual physical property, and the move from fault divorce to no fault divorce took place in many countries in the world. There was a lot of those who objected to these liberal changes warned against the demise of marriage and maybe what you're pointing out, that people would be less willing to get married. It's not because of that. It had really no relationship to the changing laws. It's simply trends in society that are unrelated to the laws. The law is actually more reflective of the changes. The law usually follows the changes in society and not the other way around.
好，谢谢。那不知道 Brun
Thank you. What about Professor Brun? Do you want to respond? So the Ministry of Justice. So Director Chen talking about not being able to identify the financial status of the obligator. So in the amendment, when it comes to distribution of remaining property, well, the obligator is required to present his property list. So that is actually amended in the provision. So now it is easier to get alimony. Is it going to affect young people's willingness to get married? So during the amendment, we had 10 consultation meetings. And during the consultation meetings, for every topic, of course, the member meetings, the members of the meeting have different opinions, of course. And then a judge said that, well, he talked about this amendment to his children, and his children said that, well, they need to think about whether they want to get married in the future. But I think that's just an individual case. We do not have any research on that. But I think it's important to safeguard the contribution made by the two parties in the marriage. So that is why in this amendment, we included a provision about compensation for reduced work capability, so that we will be able to help the women when it comes to having lower earning potential. So if you have any feedback, you're welcome to provide to us before we release the final version of the amendment. I think we are now going over time. So I want to thank you very much for your participation. We also have a lot more to discuss in this afternoon and then tomorrow. And then we're going to have a lunch break. Thank you very much. I want to thank the two professors and our panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, moderator, panelists, and respondents. We're going to have a group photo.
The panelists and responders to move to the center of the stage for a group photo. 包括今天下午还有在明天都有更多可以继续交流的时间。好，我们请贵宾移步到舞台中央，看向前方的摄影师。So please look at the photographers in your front, and let's have a group photo. All right. 好，请看向前方的相机。来，3、2、1。All right， 我们再次掌声，谢谢台上的贵宾。Once again, a big round of applause to our guests on the stage. 各位现场所有的与会嘉宾，接下来是用餐时间，请大家可以跟随工作人员的指引到柜台取餐，并且回到原场地来用餐。那下午的场次将于2点整准时开始，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, now let's break for lunch and please follow our staff to enjoy the lunch. And the afternoon session will start at 2 o'clock. 谢谢。那提醒贵宾，如果需要终身 各位贵宾，欢迎回来。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2024 International Forum on Women's Employment and Economic Security. We are now proceeding to the afternoon session. We're going to turn the microphone over to the moderator of the afternoon session, Commissioner Wang. Hello, everyone. I'm the moderator. My name is Wang Youling from the NHRC. I'm honored to be able to introduce our speaker, Professor Nicholas Bruin from Finland. He's a keynote speaker of this session. We can see he's an expert in labor law, including equality law. So he has several times been used as an expert by EU institution and the ILO. And most importantly, he was an expert member on the third and fourth expert review of Taiwan's implementation of CEDAW Convention in 2018 and 2022. Now let's welcome our speaker, Professor Nicholas Bruin, to talk about women's rights at work, good practices around the world. Let's welcome him.
It's on. Thank you, dear Chairperson Chen Chu, dear organizers, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be back here in Taipei again, and I really think this is a good practice to organize a kind of mid-term discussion in relation to the previous review. I was very happy to get the invitation, although I must say that the topic I got is almost impossible to deal with women's rights at work, good practices around the world in 20 minutes. That is quite a journey, and I have to limit myself, and I will speak mostly about equal pay, but I hope we can discuss other issues then in the following discussion, where we have plenty of time. I think when we discuss good practices around the world, one important starting point is that although the relation between Taiwan and the International Labour Organization is a little bit complicated as with the UN, it is important not to forget the role about ILO when it comes to women's rights at work. And even before the CEDAW Convention was adopted with its very comprehensive Article 11 on employment and work, we had conventions on equal pay, the Equal Remuneration Convention and the Discrimination Convention within the ILO from the 50s. Also, when it comes to important aspects of women's rights at work, issues relating to night work, to maternity protection, and lately to domestic workers, violence and harassment convention, all these are important when we discuss the issue of discrimination of work. And it is also, I think, important to note that the ILO, which dealt earlier very much with the formal contract employment relation, has moved in its decent work agenda to deal with the informal sector, where women are often working in many countries. Issues having to do with domestic workers, for instance, is very important and of course also important in the context of Taiwan, which has a big working force of immigrants and migrants. When we discuss the question of rights at work, I think we should not forget that for achieving equality in the workplace or in the labor market more generally, the educational system is key. If we don't have equality in the educational system, we will have very big difficulties in achieving anything. And I think that when we discuss the future of the right to work and employment, we must link it to the educational sector. When we come to the gender pay gap issue, we should look about gender segregation in the educational system, and we also should use the instruments which the CEDAW Convention offers with temporary special measures that can be used in order to fight gender stereotypes when we have a very segregated system, and I think this is important to remember. We also, when we think about precondition for receiving equality in the working life, we should not forget the political system, because changes in legislation come through political decisions and the political system. And there it's in a global perspective, it's interesting to notice that it is not always so that in numbers a strong representation of women in parliament lead to good legislation. It also has to do with how well the women are organized within the parliamentary system. If they are able to form cooperation over the political party lines and work together for issues that are important to women. We have seen examples of that. And I think, for instance, in Taiwan, we have quite a good female representation in parliament that we have learned during the reviews. But I think there could be more room for cooperation between different groups in solving problems. So I come now to the focus of my presentation, the very persistent problem, the gender pay gap, which actually my colleague Ruth Kadari already addressed a little bit this morning. And the lesson I learned from my 8 years as a member in the CEDAW committee was that most states have problems with equal pay. So Taiwan is no exception here. And as we heard, Taiwan is not the worst in the class, but you still have problems. So what can be done to reduce the pay gap? And if we look around, we see that different kind of models and things have been tried. But one thing which is clearly on the agenda is that the lack of transparency of wage systems clearly make it very difficult to fight the gender pay gap. And we see different efforts to fight this problem. In Norway, they have adopted legislation where a person who is having some doubts about whether he or she receives equal pay is allowed to get information on what the comparative person doing the same or the work of equal value, what that person is paid. And actually this is a problem in many countries, that there is no right to get information about what other employees are actually earning, and that is of course can be quite an obstacle in individual cases, although that is perhaps not so equally important for the whole system. In Iceland, they have adopted obligatory standards for measuring equal pay, which is obligatory for all companies over a certain size, that they must fulfill and apply certain standards which in order to meet the equal pay requirements. In the European Union, which actually is a legislator that is covering 27 independent states, so it's a measure that has to be adopted now in all European Union member states. Actually, in May 2023, last spring, a year ago, the European Union adopted a directive to strengthen the application of the principle of equal pay for equal work or work of equal value between men and women through pay transparency and enforcement mechanisms. And that tells you where the efforts are. They are on pay transparency and enforcement mechanism. And one part of this package is that in the European Union it will be obligatory to supply pay transparency prior to employment. That means that when a woman or when a person is actually hired for a job, the EU is imposing an obligation for the employer to inform what the predecessor earned before in the same job. So if you are coming to replace someone to a certain job, you must be informed of what the predecessor earned. And that is something which in different studies has been shown that women usually ask for less when they are coming to the labor market, when they are applying for a job. they have less ambitious demands for wages. And part of the gender pay gap can be explained by this problem that when you start with the lower wages, you will be trapped in that during your career. And this is a way of trying to measure this problem. Also, the different reporting obligations on employers on their wage structure. We have rules on shift of burden of proof, which not only mean that when there is a prima facie suspicious that there is some discrimination, the employer has to show that it's not so. But if the wage system is so completely lacking of transparency that the employee cannot even show a prima facie indication of discrimination, the employer will have to show that there is no discrimination regarding pay, and that is all, the full burden of proof is put on the employer. Some further observation of the problems relating to pay gap is, of course, that if we, as we have in many countries, collective bargaining systems, the wage setting is very much in the hands of the social partners, and especially if we have a very segregated labor market, it is can be difficult to measure these problems. One possibility, of course, if can be also to put a responsibility on labor market parties to promote equality and to fight this pay gap, at least within the sectors where they are working. It is also, I think, important to remind us that when we speak about the pay gap, we have to take into account all the different parts of a compensation system. We see some wage systems where there might be equal wages, but then when we look at the whole picture, we see that there might be bonus payments that very much go to typically to men in certain positions, and this again leads to an increased pay gap. We also have to take into account the increasing problem with the typical female employment forms. Not only in Taiwan, but in many other countries, we have the same development that women more and more work in part-time, in on-call work, in different atypical working relationships where they might be vulnerable, and typically this kind of employment forms might increase the pay gap. My final slide, a few final points. We need evaluation schemes to compare different types of work. We should recall that the question of work of equal pay is not only a question of equal work, it's a question of work of equal value, and we should be able to compare different types of work. Also, these typical types of work where female employees dominate with typical works where we have men. And these might be of equal value. For this, we need developed evaluation schemes, and of these we have some good examples, but still this needs to be tackled. We also should remind ourselves that we can have a broader comparison when it comes to equal pay, not only within a single employer, but also within what we call a single source. I can come back to that in the debate. I see my time is out, but I think my final point is really that there are a lot of aspects here, and when we increase awareness and knowledge of these issues, of those responsible for wage setting, at least we can move forward, although, as we know, this is not an easy area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Brun. Please take your seat on the stage. Thank you very much. 接下来，让我们邀请王。
Next, we would like to ask Commissioner Wang to come up to the stage. Please, a round of applause. Please. Thank you, Professor Brun, for this wonderful presentation. I think he shed light on pay transparency and equal pay for work of equal value, and the shift in the burden of proof. There are many good points. I'm sure you also have questions and comments you would like to discuss with Professor Brun. So without further ado, I would like to open the floor so that you can raise your hand and ask questions. May I also remind you to identify yourself and your affiliation. Please. Madam Moderator, Professor Brun, I'm a member of the Committee for Gender Equality of the Executive Yuan. I'm very impressed with your presentation, especially the efforts made by countries such as Norway and Iceland. I would like to know, how do governments there deal with some backlash from some different quarters of society? In Taiwan, we have many small and medium-sized enterprises. The trade unions are not very strong here either. So what can we do to make sure that the employers comply with these new laws? And what kind of sanctions do you impose on them if the employers violate the rules? So would you like to answer the question first?
I can try my best. I think that it is true that we can see, I think internationally, a certain backlash. But of course, I think also it's interesting that within the European Union, with quite a complicated structure of decision making, last year they were able to make this directive on pay transparency. And I think it has to do with the fact also that for a very long time we have seen developments which are similar, like in Taiwan, that there has not been big changes in the pay gap, that we see a kind of situation where it's the pay gap is very stable, and in some countries it's even bigger, and sometimes better. But this this is of course a starting point. Then I think that there are also employers, and among employers, people who understand that women are actually a good resource in the labor market, and if you have well-educated women, they should not be paid less than men. Then, of course, there can be different opinions in how, for instance, to evaluate different types of work. But I think that, for instance, the COVID epidemic, I think, gave us a lesson of how important is the medical sector caring work. At the same time, we saw that even during the COVID, there was a trend that the pay gap could increase, and that was one reason behind it. It's actually openly stated in the preamble of the directive that the COVID showed that these problems are very need to be addressed. So I think we have to be aware that this is it's not easy to convince employers about equal pay, but this is the only way forward to use both sanctions, but also different legal tools and ways, which has to do already with, as I tried to indicate, on education, segregation, and so on. But as I said, and perhaps it's somehow for Taiwan nice to see that the problem is not only yours, it is a global problem. Thank you.
Okay, 好，谢谢。
Thank you. Any other questions from the floor? So good afternoon. I have a question about the gender segregation in the workplace. We know that in 2018, the IRC advised that maybe in the traditionally male-dominated sectors, employers should be encouraged to hire female workers and vice versa. So I would like to know, in Finland or in other countries, are there specific concrete measures? So basically, it's part of the advice and recommendations proposed by the IRC. So, Professor Broom.
Yes, thank you for the question. It's I mean, there are of course a possibility of having some kind of quotas, and you can have, especially in the public sector, you can have quotas. You can have quotas in the educational system, and you can have some kind of quotas in the public sector. It's more difficult in the private sector. gender segregation, I think also has to do with the wage setting. If how you set wages. We see in Finland that there are people are leaving the care sector because of the low wages. So I mean it's difficult to wages are important for how people choose what they do, and this must also be taken into account. But attitudes, education, and different selective measures. I mean, it's you also have, you can discuss how much you need maths for certain educational tracks where we know that male candidates do better and so on. It's a very complicated issue where you have to, I think, look at there is no kind of big solution. There are a lot of small tools in the toolbox. That would be my thinking here. Thank you.
Any other questions? My name is Yan Shi. So my question is, after the pandemic, we know the way we work has changed. For example, the location, the method. I think we enjoy a lot more flexibility. So maybe some regulations and provisions are not able to protect. But I think I want to know in ILO or in European Union, for new types of work, have you developed new regulations or provisions to better safeguard the benefits of labor? So after COVID-19, there's a lot of changes in work. There's more flexibility in, for example, the location. So I want to know in ILO or in European Union, do you have any measures to protect labor's rights? Because it's different from the past, because, for example, the working hours may be lower now. So thank you.
Thank you. This is an important issue. And it's very clear that remote work has become much more used and important after the pandemic, when we learned that we can actually do a lot of things online. But it's not only the working remote, it's also having to do with the technological development and revolution, where we actually have atypical forms of platform work, as we call it, where you can use different digital platforms to employ people and organize work, as you do with Uber drivers and a lot of other types of work. And both in the ILO and in the European Union, there is a lot of discussions on this, and also about work and what artificial intelligence will do to our work online. So in the European Union, actually just I think a few months ago, or this spring, they adopted a directive on platform work. So the member states will have to introduce some certain rules on platform work and when a person is regarded as an employee when working for a platform. Because the problem is that who is the employer is sometimes very, very, very difficult to define. And also the question of remote work is very much on the agenda in the ILO as a part of a decent work agenda, and we discuss things like the right to disconnect, for instance, that you have to be available 24 hours online, or can you have a right to actually be free for some minutes in between? So this is very important, and of course it has some implications also for pay and payments and wage structures. But it is, I think, a little bit early to see the direct link between equal pay and these new phenomena. Thank you.
So he talked about, working remotely on a platform, you should be seen as an, employee. So I think we should have another new chapter talking about flexible work. When we talk about new types of work, how can we better protect labor's rights? So do you have any other questions? So there's one in the back. Hello, my question is for nurses or social workers or caregivers. So these industries are female dominated, and normally the wages is low. In 2022, in the concluding observations of CEDAW, it says that government can use policy to increase wage levels for female-dominated industries. I wonder that in the international society, do you have any concrete measures to let us know how can we make that happen? So the question, actually, Professor Brun talked about, caregivers in the care industries. These female-dominated industries, normally the wage level is lower. So we wonder if internationally in other countries, what kind of policy do they have in place to prevent that from happening? Thank you.
I can take one example now from my own country, which is perhaps not so easily translatable, but actually last year the care sector, the nurses and their trade union was very upset about the low wages which they were facing, and also that their wage increase was lower than in the export sector and industries. And they actually went on strike. And actually the municipalities, which are very much in charge of the care sector, hospitals and other institutions, they agreed on a 5-year program where it was promised that the nurses and their will receive a higher percentage each year than the average wage increase, in order for them to actually be able to keep the workforce, because nurses and other, they were leaving the sector in quite big numbers, and this was a kind of became quite an urgent situation. It helped, of course, if you have a very privatized sector, care sector, it might be more difficult, but still it is, of course, also a question of the workers and if they can together mobilize themselves. Thank you.
It seems that lower wages for females, that is a global phenomenon. Same for Taiwan. We're thinking about how to address that problem. For example, for night shift, people should be given a higher wage. Because in Taiwan, we have a universal health care coverage system. So we need to work within this insurance system. So later, maybe we can have more time to discuss about that. So for this session, we're going to switch to a dialogue session. So that is the end of this keynote presentation. Please remain on the stage. Please remain on the stage. And then we will be proceeding to panel discussion, Taiwan's current situation and challenges. Now let's welcome Associate Professor Lin, Deputy Director Wang, and Spokesperson Huang. Please welcome them to the stage. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to Commissioner Wang. For this session, we'll be talking about Taiwan's current situation and challenges. In 2022, in the fourth review of CEDAW in Taiwan, so the IRC talked about the vertical and horizontal segregation and also wage gap. So they encourage the government to implement same wage for same work. Also talking about having public care system to address the low birth rate issue and so on to better protect women's rights. And NHRC understands that home care has a lot of impact on women. So we hope that through today's discussion between the government, the NGO, and our international expert, we'll be able to better protect women's right to work. We hope that our international experts will give us your suggestions. So I would like to first introduce our panelists. We have Associate Professor Lin. He is a associate professor at the National Zhengzhi University. And then his research areas include constitutional law, state theory, and so on. And then we have Deputy Director Wang from the Department of Labor Standards and Equal Employment. So she's in charge of employment welfare and retirement, as well as relevant standards. And then we have spokesperson Huang from Child Care Policy Alliance. So they're responsible for child care. And then she supports women's right to work and safeguard women's economic security. And so we're happy that we have our two professors on the stage. Now let's welcome our Associate Professor Lin to go first. Hello, everyone. Well, because I have only 10 minutes, so I will start my presentation. So I'll be talking about labor participation. I'll be talking about women in the work environment. We can see that gender pay gap is a very good entry point for me to talk about gender inequality in the labor market. So for women in Taiwan, I think that we know that women in Taiwan has a lower labor participation rate. So we can see there is a very clear, horizontal and vertical segregation for women. And for women, we have this stereotype that normally we think that women, do not have less, flexibility in the workplace. And many times, there is more employment interruptions for women than for men. So that is why there is a gender pay gap for women in Taiwan. I think in Taiwan and also around the world, this is a very difficult problem to address. If we talk about, equal pay for equal work, when it comes to the practice, we know that it is actually almost mission impossible to ensure equal pay for equal work. So we can see, this is both a cost and also an effect. Because I do not have enough time, I will not give you the detailed explanation of my slides. You can see that before age 55, in terms of women's labor participation, all these countries have similar numbers. We can see the numbers in Taiwan sometimes is higher than those of other countries. However, after age 55, the participation rate of women is decreasing. We can see at age 60 to 64, we are actually half of that of South Korea. And then after age 65, we are actually 1/5 of that of South Korea and Japan. So actually people say that this is because women in Taiwan retire earlier, they were able to get financial independence earlier, but we don't think that is the reason. So we want to know why. So there are a lot of research projects telling us the clues. For example, the construction and expansion of education system affects women's entry into the labor market. In many countries, more women than men receive a higher education. And in Taiwan, there are actually more women than men. So in terms of labor participation, women should have the same labor participation with men because there are actually more women in Taiwan. So really what happens after age 55? What happened to the labor participation of women? So actually there are several reasons. We can see that since the 1960s, feminist advocacy and women's movement for gender equality has led to a noticeable improvements in the social standing of women. And the shift towards self-development in the 1970s and 80s paved the way for individuals to pursue personal careers on their own terms and without restrictions. And an increasing number of women are breaking free from family and partner constraints to focus on self-development. And it's important to attract to retain professional laborers in the labor market. The longer, the better, so that they can develop themselves to be better professionals. But like I say, in Taiwan, after age 55, we can see this downward trend of females' labor participation. How come there is a major gender pay gap in Taiwan? We try to answer that question from different perspectives. So we talk about vertical and horizontal segregation. We have this concept of men moving primarily into the STEM fields and women into the humanity fields. So we can see that female workers are commonly found in the service industry, particularly in education, health, nursing, and social work. We can see more than 70% of women major in education and related fields. So this is different from the situation in Europe and the United States. We can know that in Europe, in the Netherlands and other countries, a lot of women, say 80% of women work part-time, but we do not see that in Taiwan. We can see that, for part-time workers, women and men account for 50% each, and a major part of part-time workers are students. And in terms of vertical segregation, we can see women are significantly underrepresented in the supervisor and leadership tiers in companies. So when we talk about gender pay gap, so if you look at the numbers here, from 2010 to 2021, we can see this gap is around 15 to 17%. And actually, this gap is wider in Germany. Of course, we cannot compare directly because a majority of female workers work part-time. So that contributes to this wider gender pay gap. If you look at this adjusted gender pay gap number, if we compare Taiwan and European countries, this discrepancy is now smaller. And you can see that when we talk about same pay for same work, however, there are no objective standards for labor evaluation. So the European, actually, they were going to form a consensus in Geneva. However, this is a failed attempt. In the European courts, there were a lot of cases about collective negotiation. So in those agreements, we can see that there was no equal pay for equal work. But they say because this is a collective bargaining result, and they say that the result is not in violation of the laws. So that actually created a lot of disputes in Europe. If we want to look at, if we use gender as a perspective to talk about how come female has a lower wage level. For example, if we look at doing gender since the 1980s, we can see gender actually plays a very important role in this gender pay gap. If we look at the system theory for conservative welfare states, they should be able to encourage women to participate in the labor market. However, if you look at these conservative welfare states, such as Germany and France, they tend to view childcare as a family duty, with the state intervening only when the family is unable to fulfill its caregiving responsibilities. So this leads to gender-based cultural arrangements that steer towards the conclusion that women should be responsible for household duties, influencing labor participation. So I'm running out of time. So let's talk about why is employment interrupted we can see in terms of education level, those with higher education levels have a shorter period of interruption of employment than those with lower education levels. So for family status, if you have children, then your employment is more likely to be interrupted. So for my conclusion, we have to look at what type of country does Taiwan fall in. So from this table, you can see there are 3 types of countries: liberalism, conservatism, and social democracy. For example, Finland belongs to the social democracy. So where does Taiwan fall in? So if we prefer a liberal society, or do we prefer to fall in the conservative group? Or do we prefer a social democracy? So which one are we? So we can see a lot of contradictions in Taiwan. That is why it's difficult to solve this problem. So I think in terms of possible solutions, if you want to reduce gender pay gap, I have some suggestions. And as you can see in the slide, this has been proposed by the activists. So I think we should all work hard together toward this. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lin, for your wonderful 10-minute presentation. Now, I would like to ask Deputy Director Wang. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After listening to Professor Nicholas' presentation on the gender pay gap and the measures taken in other countries, I'm really impressed. In Taiwan, when it comes to the legal framework, we already have the Gender Equality in Employment Act. According to that act, as Professor just mentioned, the employer will have to bear the burden of proof. Basically, the employee now only needs to state the facts where he does not receive equal pay, then the employer will have to produce proof to prove otherwise. In fact, in the Gender Equality Employment Act, we also have provisions stipulating that no discrimination in terms of pay can take place based on gender, sex, or sexual orientation of the employees. So we do have the law in place. At the same time, we also have sanctions, penalties to go along with the law. We also name the violators. Of course, even though there are laws, how can we implement the laws to make sure that the rights of all employees are protected? That is something the government has to pay more attention to. For my Ministry of Labor, for a long time, we have been promoting the awareness of the Gender Equality in Employment Act through various channels. Outreach efforts have been ongoing. Many local governments even go to the private companies to provide mentoring and counseling. In other words, if we have the law, we need to have the relevant tools and measures to make sure the law is abided by. So we now have a checklist for private companies to use to check if they do comply with the equal pay principles. Implementation, of course, can be very challenging, especially for private companies. They have no idea what equal pay means in concrete terms because this is a very complex issue. So we have commissioned scholars to conduct studies. Last year, we came up with this checklist for equal pay compliance. We also work closely with labor unions and industry associations to share with them the equal pay compliance checklist so that they can perform self-assessment first. We will continue with these outreach efforts this year. In other words, it is important that we inform the employer, helping them to know what they are supposed to do. This is an area a lot of time and efforts are required. In addition, in the presentations we just heard, transparency, pay transparency is an important issue. Now, many organizations have been advocating for disclosure of pay information. We are now taking stock of the laws and regulations in this area. For example, the Financial Supervisory Commission has requested listed companies to produce ESG reports or sustainability reports. And one of the information that needs to be disclosed is the gender structure and pay structure in the company. It's part of the ESG reporting. In addition, in the corporate governance evaluation schemes, gender equality policies are also an important element, including the gender pay gap existing in the company. So it has to be disclosed. But we have also heard that in Taiwan, we have a lot of small and medium-sized enterprises. In fact, over 90% of companies in Taiwan are SMEs. Even there are more micro enterprises. About 80% of the companies in Taiwan can count as micro enterprises with less than 5 employees. So in terms of law and regulation, the Financial Supervisory Commission has been promoting the information disclosure based on corporate governance principles. For companies of certain scale or size, is it obligatory for them to disclose their pay structure? We are still in the process of collecting opinions from different quarters. Because we know that the pay transparency can be a very useful tool to narrow the gender pay gap, as Professor just told us. And many NGOs present here have been advocating for the same disclosure. We in the government will continue to listen to different sectors, organizations, before we come up with concrete measures. Another point that has been made by both professors is why is there a gender pay gap? There are many factors at work. For example, different occupational features and educational requirements, etc. That is why the Executive Yuan's Gender Equality Committee is looking into this issue, because this issue actually involves many different agencies and ministries. Therefore, the Gender Equality Committee has been communicating and negotiating with different ministries, hoping to work together to narrow the gender pay gap. So we do have a number of programs and projects that are in progress. Therefore, including the Ministry of Labor, many government agencies are working very hard in this area. And we know it's also important for women to balance work, childcare, and life. Therefore, be it men or women, when it comes to childcare, we do encourage shared responsibilities between husbands and wives. So we have some new programs to allow more flexible use of parental leave and maternal leave. So for unpaid parental leave has now become more flexible starting from July 2021. If you want to take less than 30-day leave, you can apply for such parental leave anytime. And in last May, we began to promote even greater flexibility. Now we have a pilot project where the applicant can apply for less than 5-day parental leave anytime. In fact, we even encourage companies to accept applications for single-day parental leave. So we hope that through these measures, we can help men and women to better take care of their children, so that we can have a more friendly workplace for all genders. The pilot project on flexible application for parental leave will continue for some time, and we will review the effectiveness on a rolling basis before we come up with a final policy and measure. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Director Wang. Yes, we have the Gender Equality in Employment Act to ensure equal pay for equal work. And the FSC is also working closely with listed companies to ensure proper disclosure of information about gender composition and pay structures. And there are also many outreach and promotional efforts to encourage family members to share childcare responsibilities. Maybe later we can hear from both professors later. Next, I would like to ask the next panelist.
好，主持人、各位与会的来。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I am spokesperson for Childcare Policy Alliance. This alliance, of course, aims to promote not child making babies. Rather, we are there to encourage and to pressure government to provide more flexible parental leave policies. So today I would like to talk to you about the current situation and challenges women in Taiwan face. There are some charts and graphs in my presentation which may echo or talk to what Professor Lin just said. First of all, Taiwan's female labor participation rate in 2012, it exceeded 50%, but since then, it has remained at a similar level. In 2022, it reached 51.6%. What does this tell us? That means there's still a lot of room for improvement. A lot of female workers are not yet fully utilized in the workplace. Next, I would like to show you this graph. You can see the fertility rate and female labor participation rate are closely related, positively correlated. In other words, the higher the fertility rate, the higher the female labor participation rate, and vice versa. And in this chart, as you can see, the dark purple line, the inverted V, represents Taiwan. I think it's a very unique situation. You can see that between age 25 to 29, Taiwanese women have higher labor participation rate upon graduating from college. Most women in Taiwan start working. However, as they age, the labor participation rate began to fall, especially for those aged between 50 and 60s. The drop is even more significant. So it's like a landslide. Basically, there's no way turning it back. As for the other two countries, yellow represents Sweden, and the gray one, the brown one, represents Germany. You can see the labor participation rate for women can go up. In other words, thanks to the policy support, women in those countries can stay in the workplace, and they are able to climb up the ladder to higher positions, managerial positions. So Taiwan actually has one of the lowest fertility rates in Taiwan. Thanks to Korea, we are not at the bottom. But for Sweden and Germany, you can see with higher female labor participation rate, they have higher fertility rate. 1.43, 1.5 for Germany and Sweden, respectively. And I think Professor Lin raised a question. Why do Taiwanese women aged between 55 and over exit the workplace? Is it because they are financially independent? No. We have found this particular master thesis, and the thesis told us that the reason why the 55 to 64-year-old women exiting the workplace is because they have to do grandparenting. They have to take care of grandchildren. So on the one hand, you can say this group of women have become financially independent, or it's because of their children are now supporting them for their elderly life. The answer is neither. It's that they have to take care of their grandchildren. So what is the solution? Or what are the solutions? In fact, according to a report, The Economics of Fertility, A New Era in 2022, it tells us that policies that facilitate the integration of work and family life are key drivers of childbearing behavior. These measures include public child care services and flexible parental leave. The system should avoid penalizing women for having children and encouraging paternal involvement, in parenting. In other words, this works to benefit both mothers and fathers. And in 2019, a report from the UN also looks into how advanced countries tackle low fertility rate and what policy measures work the best. According to the 2019 UN report, basically, the government must provide affordable and high-quality public child care services that will work wonders. In other words, both practice and theory tell us this is the way to go. And how far have we gone in Taiwan in this area, balancing family, child care, and work? This, of course, is the recommendations from the IRC members. According to the IRC, Taiwan's parental leave system offers a degree of flexibility, but still remains rigid. So you should learn from other countries' experiences. I don't know if you are aware of this. Right now, Taiwan's parental leave can only work on the basis of month. You can have 1 month, 2 month parental leave, and you can use until the child is 3 years of age. And also, you have to have the collaboration from the employer. And obviously, all these constraints prevent parental leave to meet the modern double income families' needs. For example, if you have a child who is a preschooler, very often they may fall sick because of enterovirus, and the child will have to stay home for several days. And you cannot ask for parental leave for 7 days. You can only use your own holiday time. Therefore, we call upon the government to amend the law to allow more flexible parental leave. In addition, I think parental leave in the current unpaid childcare leave system should be included, giving parents the option to take it daily or even hourly until their child is 8 years old. And you see, if you have more flexibility, fathers are more likely to take advantage of this system. And we actually have conducted a survey asking parents how they would like to use the flexible daily or weekly parental leave. Some say that, well, if I can have such flexible parental leave, I don't need to use my own holiday time. I don't need to worry about if I have used up all my holiday time. And with such flexible scheme, they will be able to share the burden with their partners. So not all workers are so keen to spend time taking care of their kids day in and day out. However, if you can allow them with such greater flexibility in taking parental leave, they surely appreciate that. Next, on childcare services, again, according to the IRC's recommendations, it is pointed out that there's still a shortage of public childcare services. As a result, children aged 0 to 2 still need to be taken care of by grandmothers in their 60s or even 70s. Not to mention, in Taiwan, we have a lot of private childcare services. There are drawbacks to this. For example, the quality is not properly controlled. Some babysitters may take in more than 5, 6 kids. So again, we call upon. The IRC actually advises the government to extend affordable, high-quality, universal public childcare services. You may think now we have a lot of childcare services available. However, I think there's still room for improvement in different levels of childcare services. First, for children aged between 0 and 12 years. There used to be at-home babysitters that offered such services, but that generation of at-home babysitters are now retiring. You see, 60% of babysitters are over the age of 50. In other words, in the next 5 to 10 years, we will have a lot of babysitters retiring, exiting the care providing services. And of course, it is essential for the government to increase the scope of after-school care options at public elementary schools. And we have called upon the new administration in Taiwan to increase female labor participation rate by 2028. This, of course, could be a solution to Taiwan's low fertility rate. Thank you.
Well, thank you. She talked about solutions, which is to provide public care, child care services. So we heard from the different panelists coming from different agencies and NGOs. Now I would like to invite Professor Ruth Kadari to share with us your view. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So like the previous panel, this is not my area of expertise, so I will leave most of the comments to my colleague, Professor Nicholas Brun. But I have a few remarks to make. Primarily, looking at the data, I was really struck by the decline, the sharp decline in, I want to say, older women's participation, but then I think about myself and I actually belong there, and I understand that this is due to grandmothers being expected to take care of my children. So again, I'm thinking about myself. I should be expected to leave my job now, my university job, and everything that I'm doing to take care of my wonderful new 2 granddaughters. It doesn't make sense. My question is really to the representative of the government here in this panel. Like the panel before, we had the representative of the Ministry of Justice, and there were some answers about work being done, considered, steps that can be taken, or maybe the government thinks that they should not be taken, and we can argue about that. But here it seems that there are some solutions which are relatively easy to make. Like the last speaker we heard, it does not seem to me to be too challenging or too demanding to develop a more elaborate system of childcare, affordable childcare, and to make more supervision also about private childcare. There are so many examples around the world about that, and again, it's not so complicated. It doesn't involve considerations like we discussed in the panel before, cultural impediments or different theories about definitions of legal terminology. It's and we're talking about a very able, developed country. It just doesn't make sense to me, this discrepancy, the other easy solution to make is the rigid parental leave that only allows for monthly blocks. I just don't see the problem in making this more flexible. And the next move, of course, is also to allow both parents to take parental leave, to encourage more involvement of fathers in taking care of children. That would obviously affect the subject that we discussed in the previous panel. What we debated whether it is motherhood penalty or not penalty, but doesn't really matter now. But there is such strong connection between these two subjects. And I just want to make another remark that goes to Professor Brun's presentation about the transparency in wages. I'm curious to know, one subject that we did not mention so far in our discussions is the role of the media here in Taiwan. And I'm thinking about examples from other countries where investigative journalists have taken it upon themselves to expose wide gender pay gaps and hidden discriminations when sometimes when the workers themselves, who are obviously mostly women, are afraid of repercussions. They're afraid of reprisals if they expose. So the media can play an important role in this. And I'm just curious to know whether this actually is something relevant to Taiwanese society and labor market and media.
好，谢谢。那我们最后请这个 Nicolas
And Professor Nicholas Broom, please.
Yes, thank you very much for these presentations, which were very informative about the situation, and I also think that we actually in our review we in quite strong wording addressed this issue of childcare and parental leave, and I really think this is a serious problem in Taiwan. I think I mean we see it in the fertility levels, and I think it's a lot of human resources that are wasted in your countries when women are kept out of the labor market. First, you have the penalty when you are younger, and then you have the obligation or responsibility for your grandchildren when you get older, and it's a kind of double trap which all is related to this same problem, and as my colleague Professor Kadari said, that I think here is we see a problem which is really much more serious in your country than in most other countries, and that when we discuss equal pay, we see a similar problem elsewhere, but I think this is really more serious than in most developed countries, and I think if I would like to say on which point I really hope to see progress next time the review is done in Taiwan, it is on this point, that there is a real reform going on, and not nitty-gritty discussions about flexibilities on 1 or 2 days here and there, but real progress. Having said that, I think the question that it's good that the Labor Department is focused on enforcement issues regarding the discrimination legislation. I listened with interest to these efforts, and I think that is the common experience which we have about discrimination legislation, that we can get it adopted in many countries, and in many countries we are fulfilling the requirements of the CEDAW Convention by adopting legislation, but then we too often see that this is legislation more on paper than in practice, and this is, I think, the big challenge to actually get the translate it into practice and translate it into part of the legal system, and and I understand that in the final discussion we will address also this issue of in the final panel discussion about how to translate it into practice, for instance, in courts and in legal education and all these aspects where it is important to have knowledge and awareness in place if you want to achieve real progress. I think I can leave it here, and we have time for some questions from the audience. Thank you.
我们于台人有没有要回应的？
So for our panelists, would you like to respond? If not, then we will open the floor for questions. For our 3 panelists and our 2 professors, do you have any questions for them, or you can share your comments with us if you want? So my question is, so for our 3rd panelist, so what you talked about is really important for me for the Child Care Policy Alliance. In Taiwan, we have different school districts. We have good school districts. In terms of childcare, maybe we can address the issue from the school districts in Taiwan. For example, when a woman gives birth, so she can get the childcare services in the neighborhood, all the way from childcare, kindergarten to junior high school. Then that will be able to reduce our worries. I went to Mazu, that is an offshore island of Taiwan. So they are among the top 5 fertility rates in Taiwan. The government provides very good subsidies to newborn babies. But that is not the point. The point is that after 6 months, the child is able to, the mother can send their baby to a nearby care center. So the mother can have 6 months off for parental leave, and then the husband can also take turns by taking parental leave. And then she can send the baby to a care center. Then she can return to the workspace. So as a grandma, I do not want to take care of my grandchildren anymore. But because of sometimes we are left with no choices. So I talked to a lot of people about the idea, the concept of school district in Taiwan. But many times, I got the responses is that because actually there are too many government authorities involved, and there's no single contact window in the government.
好，这个
Thank you for the questions and comments. Indeed, childcare facilities should be accessible so that, it will make life easier. But I think for many middle schools, there's no way they can set up childcare facilities on campus either, right? No. I do not work for the government, but maybe I can respond in this way. As you said, right now we don't have enough child care service capacity. For example, if in your school district there are no public child care facilities, you have to go to other district. So my question for the government is, how long do we have to worry about finding a good babysitter for our child? In fact, starting from 2010, I began to advocate for flexible parental leave. At that time, my best friend was about to have a child, and she was excited. But now her child is too old to be eligible for such parental leave. The policy, the measure we are looking forward to are not yet there in place. So I don't think this is such a tough thing to address. I wonder why the government has not been able to help parents to take care of their children. Well, I don't think the Ministry of Labor is in a position to answer the question. Maybe you can say something, and we at the NHRC will do our best too. Well, I think the Ministry of Education is really in charge of this matter, as well as the Ministry of the Interior. On flexible parental leave, we have heard your voices. You would like to have flexible unpaid parental leave or even paid parental leave. And hopefully it can go by hourly, monthly, weekly. And hopefully the eligible age will be extended. We have heard you all. However, indeed, as we heard, we have so many micro enterprises in Taiwan. Micro enterprises have less than 5 employees. And we have organized public hearings to collect opinions from employers. And the employer told us that, of course, they would like to see their employee balance life and work. However, they do struggle to keep sufficient headcount. For example, if you want to have daily parental leave, or if you would like to have more flexible working hours, for example, you can have 1 hour less for work on a daily basis. In other words, the flexibility is something that everyone is calling for. For example, if my child falls sick all of a sudden, I hope I can call in and take 1 day off right away. However, we need to take into consideration the implementation of any new laws and policies. And of course, we're talking about paid leave in this case. So for both employers and employees, we have heard a lot of opinions. They all want government to help them solve the problem. That is why we have launched a pilot project. And of course, this also depends on the business conditions of the employer, whether or not the business can afford to have these resources. Any other questions from the floor? I would like to make a few points. When we look at experiences in other countries, for example, in Sweden also has a lot of SMEs. So I wonder if the Ministry of Labor has conducted studies to see why employers in Sweden are willing to comply and collaborate. Maybe the Ministry of Labor can draw more inspiration from countries with successful experience, so that the benefits can be shared by both the employer and the employee. Perhaps our 2 foreign speakers can share their insights. Professor Brun, maybe in your country, the employers from the SMEs, how do they view this matter?
Thank you. I think there is not any big opposition towards the childcare and parental leave system which we have in Finland and Sweden as well. And I think that there are upcoming also services when you create such a system, so that you might have these companies who can supply workforce for one day or something when suddenly the employee is staying home in order to take care of a child which is suddenly ill, and so I think the system also will adjust when you develop this system, these rights, and therefore I think often the employers, of course, see the immediate problems, but they don't see the solutions in the longer perspective. And I think that, therefore, I think it's a good suggestion to see how these labor markets, which allow for such a flexibility, how they actually cope with these problems, which actually are exactly the same which you described. Thank you.
是社会民主制度哈。
So maybe Deputy Director Wang, would you like to say something? Of course, in terms of child care, we have conducted studies to look into different countries' practices. In some countries, for example, Sweden, yes, there are many SMEs. However, there are different societal conditions, cultural traditions. So we will continue to collect opinions from different sectors. And we will continue to strive to provide more friendly workplaces. Thank you. I would like to thank all the panelists and our two distinguished speakers for your participation. We have heard a lot of questions concerning women's economic right and right to work. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Please move to the center of the stage. We would like to take a group photo.
Panelists and responders for the wonderful sharing, and now it's time for a photo call. 好，我们请贵宾移步到舞台中央，我们一起来进行大合照。So please look at the photographers in your front. 好 ，give us your big smile， 看向前方的相机，好，稍微往左边移一步好吗？谢谢。好，跟随我们摄影师的指示。好，来。 请看向前方的摄影师，准备好了，来 ，3, 2, 1， 好，掌声，谢谢台上的贵宾，请回座，谢谢精彩的分享 ，Thank you very much. Please return to your seat. 各位贵宾，接下来是我们的茶叙时间。主办单位在场外备有茶点，欢迎大家可以自行取用。Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to take a break, and please help yourselves to the refreshments outside. 下一个场次将于4点整准时开始。Our next session will start at 4 o'clock. 在此也提醒我们现场的贵宾，中午用餐的时候有提醒大家，我们的餐盒是可以回收的餐盒，所以请大家不要把它自己带回家。不好意思，因为我们在数的时候发现好像这个数量有少，所以如果是有我们现场的贵宾不小心还没有归还这个餐盒的话，也麻烦请大家务必帮忙将餐盒归还到柜台，谢谢大家。我们下个场次4点整准时开始，谢谢。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will now move on to the third session. In this session, we are going to focus on the directions we're going to move into, in particular, the inspirations for Taiwan in terms of women's rights. I would like to welcome the moderator for this session, Commissioner Ji from the NHRC. Thank you. It's been a long day. Now we are in panel discussion 3. In this session, it's really critical. We are going to engage with speakers from different sectors, as well as the 2 distinguished international experts, to see what are the emerging challenges facing Taiwan and what are the important lessons Taiwan can draw. Thank you for staying with us until now. We have listened to a number of presentations and keynote speeches. In the previous session, we heard about labor participation rate and child care services and its relations with labor participation rate. This morning, we also heard about women's employment and economic security, including the property distribution and alimony. I think these are all very important legal issues. Now, I would like to present to you the panelists in this session. The first one, of course, is Professor Ruth Halperin-Kadari and Professor Nicola Brun. Thank you for joining us. Next, representatives from Taiwan. Well, I think in the previous session, we asked government representatives to give response or make pledges. So we are very happy. We have senior official from the Department of Gender Equality, Executive Yuan, Ms. Xiao Yufeng, as well as Ms. Yan Shiyi, Supervisor of Comprehensive Planning Division of Foundation for Women's Rights Promotion and Development, as well as Director of Linko Office of the Garden of Hope Foundation, Ms. Li Yuhua, as well as scholar Professor Guan Xiaowei from NTPU. On non-discrimination, do we need a dedicated law, or what else can we do to facilitate the introduction of non-discrimination in our legal framework? Again, without further ado, I would like to remind each panelist to spend 10 minutes. Thank you.
Dear Professor
Thank you.
Nicholas，请各位来宾，那主
So for my part, I'll be talking about the implementation of CEDAW in Taiwan, our experience and our future. I think I need some help with the clicker. So we have been through 4 national reports of CEDAW review because we are not able to participate in the international mechanism. So we invited CEDAW committee members to come to Taiwan to review our progress. So CEDAW is the convention that we have the most reviews in Taiwan. So every 4 years, we will write a national report. So we are not at the phase of the 4th report. In April this year, we had our midterm review for the concluding observations. We also shared our progress with NGOs and also received feedback and suggestions from the NGOs. So I'll skip the process part. And for the fourth national report, we got a lot of valuable feedback, and the government agencies held meetings for discussions. We hope that we can do everything we can to implement the observations. And then in 2019, we legalized the same-sex marriage. And in 2020, the ratio of female legislators exceeded 40%. And in 2021, in terms of GII Gender Inequality Index, we ranked number 1 in Asia. In terms of violence prevention, for the past few years, there are several key points. For example, in the prevention of digital and online gender-based violence, we work with different agencies to amend 4 relevant acts to deal with the problems of disseminating intimate images without consent. And last year, we received a lot of petitions about sexual harassment. So we actually amended 3 laws on sexual harassment prevention in 2023. So in the Department of Gender Equality, we focus on six major agenda. For example, promoting gender equality in decision-making in the public and private sectors, as well as prevent digital, online gender-based violence, promoting gender equality in health and care work, creating environmental spaces and technological innovation with a gender perspective. So every year we conduct a phone interview on gender equality. So we ask questions about same-sex marriage, as well as acceptance of transgender people at work. We can see the acceptance rate is growing year on year. In terms of decision-making in different public and private organizations, we look at the ratio of female representation. We hope to meet at least the 1/3 gender ratio. We can see these percentages are growing year on year. So once we reach the threshold of 1 to 3, we will set the next target, which is 40% of gender. And then we amended the right related to the prohibition of sexual exploitation and human trafficking and right to education. And for the past few years, the government invested a lot in providing childcare services to increase more public childcare to parents. And the government also encouraged fathers to take parental leaves. Also, the government increased the allowance for parental leave. In terms of the right to health for rural women, we hope to increase the rights for rural women to better health. In Farmers Association and Fishermen's Association, we use different ways to try to encourage women to serve as leaders. And because of CEDAW, we can see there is more and more judicial training. So we increase gender awareness among judicial personnel. We provide, for example, online services for rural women. And we can see in 2021 Civil Code, there was amendment to the Civil Code to set minimum marriage age at 18 years old for both men and the women. And for the fourth national reports, concluding observations and recommendations, we are hearing from the feedback from the NGOs and committees to launch and promote new measures. I want to share two things with you. In terms of the elimination of gender discrimination and violence, we can see that so there is more and more, sexual harassment cases. Actually, there is a growth of 4.6 times. So now we are formulating a national action plan to prevent, to provide better services to victims, and also to collect data. And in mid-June, we will be announcing the details of the action plan. We will have a public hearing very soon. And please provide us with your feedback and opinions. In terms of LGBT and gender diversity, in 2023, we had a survey, and we can see that we see people talking about the discrimination they face in their daily life, and we have asked relevant agencies to include these feedback to improve their work on helping with LGBT in fighting against discrimination in life. So that's all for my sharing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. We very often
Also, we heard a lot about Taiwan ranking #1 in terms of GII, and today we have heard about the women's labor participation, women's wage level, and also childcare. I think there's a lot of room for improvement. And of course, the government is working very hard in terms of policy making. We hope that we can make a bigger stride in this regard. Now let's invite our next panelists, the supervisor from the Foundation for Women's Rights Promotion and Development. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So we heard about the progress in Taiwan. And for this session, we are here to talk about the future challenges. So I will be talking about the international trends and what can Taiwan learn from the international community. So for the recent years, if you look at international literature or in international meetings, we've been talking about the change in the macro environment. For example, the pandemic, geopolitics, wars, climate change. We can see the emergence of extreme weather. This means that we have to transition to a green energy policy. So what do they have to do with gender? So it seems like a very broad topic, but I think we can narrow down our focus to when there are changes in the outside world, in the macro environment. If we continue with the old gender stereotype, the division of labor between genders, that means that the existing inequality will become even more severe. However, if we have stronger system in place, when there are external changes, we will know that these may have consequences to gender inequality. So we know that, well, when it comes to the pandemic, we can look at, for shadow pandemic, that means gender-based violence. If we have a stronger awareness in gender equality, that means that we can prevent consequences, we can prevent inequality from happening, or maybe we can tap into the opportunities to change the structure of the system so that in the future we may be able to enjoy more equality among genders. So these are the inspirations that Taiwan learned from the international community. So for Taiwan, we have a gender impact mechanism. However, when a major change happens, can we use that mechanism to prevent, to stop, or to make our future better? For example, during the pandemic, or for post-pandemic measures, do we include gender considerations? Do we have a gender-specific chapter? Or when there is a transformation in any specific industry, do we include gender as a consideration? So as a country that boasts gender equality, are we able to consider to include that gender consideration? Well, anyway, so you can see on this slide, in 2023, the CEDAW committee talk about the general recommendation number 40. So this is just a concept note. Taiwan is not able to participate in the meetings, but from the document, we can see that with these external changes, what do we need to pay attention to? So here we can see the representation of equality. So in 2008, number 23 of general recommendation was passed, and then we continue to talk about disadvantaged groups or groups that suffer from intersecting forms of discrimination. So we can see that it's important to have diversity. So in this inclusive representation is mentioned a lot in the general recommendation. So for this one, this particular one, from the structure, from the narrative, this talks about, this is a paradigm shift. When we talk about women's participation, this is not just about the quantity. We also need to look at whether women are able to have substantial participation. And it's important to have substantial participation to have a real impact in the policy. So coming back to Taiwan, we keep saying about, for example, for our status quo in GII, indeed, we have a high percentage of female legislators. We're number one in Asia. I think this percentage exceeds 40%. So we are on par with Scandinavian countries. This is because in 2005, in the amendment to the Constitution, we had a quota requirement. So afterwards, the percentage of female legislators has been on the rise. And from our statistics, we can see that in terms of female representation, this is not allocated evenly. So for the past few years, women's NGOs keeps talking about the percentage of political officials. Only a little bit over 20% of these political officials are women. You can see the number of the control yuan is really high, more than 40%. So that is, worth applauding. But we can see that in addition to the public sector, for the private sector is equally important. So there was a statistics about the percentage of female directors on the board, but we are not able to see the percentage of female senior managers. We do not have this kind of statistics. And from informal surveys, we can see this percentage is probably only a little bit over 20%. So there is a lot of room for improvement. We've been talking about economic for women. So we can see that there's really a lot of room for improvement in terms of female representation for senior manager roles. So in 2022, IRC in Taiwan reminded us of the same thing. Taiwan does not have enough female participation in all the fields. So IRC talk about women who are subjected to intersecting forms of discrimination. We can see we still need to collect more information. And on the slide, you can see the lessons from concept note of CEDAW GR40. How can we really achieve equality and prosperity? We can see there's a list of policy recommendations. So when it comes to female representation, this cannot be achieved with only one policy. This requires a lot of collaboration in different fields. So this is my conclusion here. So we have two CEDAW experts. Maybe they have more discussions internationally. Maybe they can tell us that how can Taiwan do to strengthen this part. So that's all for my presentation. This is about the concept note of GR40. So the first one is about promotion and appointment of women to decision-making positions. And then second, this is on the adoption of appropriate electoral reforms. And third, this is the creation of an institutional environment which is conducive to women's participation, the improvement of labor conditions, the elimination of discrimination against women. And next, this is about the adoption of measures to allow parents to combine their professions with parental responsibilities. And also maybe female are less willing to take on senior roles, maybe due to their family responsibilities. Or maybe they were not encouraged to do so when they were young, growing up. And also in terms of awareness-raising measures targeting the larger public on the issue of equal representation. When we talk about the lower female representation in the cabinet, I think this issue did not the public, the general public didn't respond well to this low female representation. Probably, that means we have more work to do in terms of raising awareness in the general public. And it's important to use new communication tools to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shi Yi, for sharing with us the latest general recommendation number 40. As you can see, there's a very important concept, that is decision-making system. We need to encourage more inclusivity, especially those who suffer from intersectional vulnerabilities. Thank you. This is a huge challenge for sure. Next, I would like to ask Director Li from the Garden of Hope Foundation to share with us in practice how can we implement CEDAW. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here to share with you our practical experience on the ground. For many years, we have been taking care of women who are victims to domestic violence. They yearn to leave their family and lead independent life. However, they face a lot of obstacles. For instance, they have difficulty accessing housing, taking care of their children. And why do they face so many obstacles? It's not exactly because of their lack of abilities. Rather, it's because of the so-called caregiver poverty phenomenon. In Taiwan, to become a single parent is not the main cause of falling below the poverty line. Rather, it's because you're a single parent and you have to take care of young children or elderly parents. And the social welfare system in Taiwan is not adequate and sufficient. As a result, these women very often fall into poverty. We are here to talk about economic security and the right to work, but I think we have to take one step back to see what kind of burden these women have to shoulder, according to Professor Hong Hui-Fen's research. In fact, being a caregiver not only results in women interrupting their employment, they also face a lot of mental stress, and their physical health is influenced as well. Not to mention, in Taiwan's workplace, the labor intensity is very high, and very often women are discriminated against, especially if they have to bear the caregiving responsibility at the same time. So there are, of course, also intertwined dilemmas facing by women. Very often, women would enter and exit the employment market at different points in time. And because of divorce, because of caregiving responsibilities, because of move or illness, they go through this cycle time and time again. As a result, their earning capacity is diminished. We know that the stronger party in a relationship may use income, may use money as a means of coercive control. As a result, many victims of domestic violence in this situation are not able to get out of that horrible situation. I think we also heard from Professor Lin Jiahe that we have to revisit the linkage among different policies and social welfare measures. According to Professor Ye Chongyang, we have to think about social investment policies from a life stage perspective. And there should be 3 dimensions. One, flow. In other words, in different life stages, an individual can accumulate his or her human capital and property. And another dimension is buffer. There should be public policies and services to buffer shocks. These are all intertwined for sure. At the end, there should be this dimension of stock. In other words, we should have the minimum income protection so that women coming out of an abusive relationship can get back on their own feet. I think this afternoon, of course, the Deputy Director Wang talked about the childcare policies, but I think childcare policies can definitely be linked with employment policies. In the past couple of years, we know that last year the Social Welfare Fundamental Act was passed, which is the constitution for social welfare provision in our country. And of course, the Social Welfare Fundamental Act aims to provide people-centered services. The original draft said it should be family-centered, but we think it's a better idea to have people-centered social welfare services. In other words, the state should be closely tied to individuals in providing such social welfare services. The caregiving responsibilities should not be borne solely by individuals. Let's take Public Assistance Act, for example. At the end of April, there's a draft for the Public Assistance Act, which still focuses on family-centered approach. As a result, women cannot get adequate support and protection. Last year, NGOs, including mine, have done a lot of lobbying. However, the draft for the Public Assistance Act is still far from our ideal version. I believe Public Assistance Act, once passed, will be so critical to many vulnerable populations, especially women. We also need to see how assistance can be provided for the existing female caregivers, child care, employment, training, housing. So these are all different measures that should be in place to help these women. In particular, financial support. The pension system should be perfected. We know that we may have national pension system now. However, if you don't pay up the contributions to the national pension system, your spouse may be fined for your failure to make your contributions. And very often it's the wife that will be fined because the husband's failure to make contributions to the national pension scheme. And you can see that only 5% of the work available, 5% of the jobs available in the job market allow for flexible working arrangements. So I think women need to have more flexible work patterns and work approaches. Government, of course, is investing more resources in this area. And I think the government can also provide more resources for NGOs to engage in some experimental projects. Take My Service Center, for example. We have a 3-in-1 project to help women who were victims to domestic violence to find housing employment, and child care services. So I hope in the future, social welfare services will help women not only to survive, but also to regain the ability to pursue their dreams. Very often people ask victims of domestic violence, why don't you leave the family? Why don't you leave your husband? It's like crossing a river. You don't ask them, if you want to cross the river, why aren't you determined to cross the river? We should help them to cross the river safely. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Yu-Hua, for sharing with us the NGO's perspective. Especially, how do we help women to dream big? What can we do to help them cross the river? I think we have to start with a people-centered approach, not family-centered approach. Maybe we can revise, amend the Social Welfare Fundamental Act. I think the subsidies provision method is very problematic right now. I wonder if we have representatives from the Ministry of Health and Welfare. No? Okay. NHRC is very concerned about the implementation of CEDAW. We have released an independent assessment report. We would like to identify structural problems before we can have effective policies. Of course, we complement the government's efforts, but I believe all the resources should be invested in the right place at the right time to have the best effect. Last but not least, we will have the panelist, Professor Guan Xiaowei. She's going to talk about indirect discrimination as an emerging challenge. Professor Guan is a legal professor, a law professor, and she has been concerned about indirect discrimination for a long time. I'm sure she has a lot of insights to share with us. Let's welcome Professor Guan. Thank you. I would like to welcome Professor Brun and Professor Kadari for coming all the way to the forum. The topic of my presentation is not really about international trends. In fact, CEDAW in 1979 already recognizes indirect discrimination, and in one of its general recommendations, direct and indirect discriminations are highlighted. But so far, I think people in Taiwan are still unfamiliar with indirect discrimination as a concept. In fact, we have been providing training for civil servants, emphasizing how we can identify incidents of indirect discrimination. However, be it on the Act for Gender Equality in Employment or in Education, we can see many instances and provisions regarding indirect discrimination, but there are no court rulings or decisions that touch upon the so-called indirect discrimination. In this regard, according to our constitutional court, there are several interpretations or constitutional court rulings that touched upon the issue of indirect discrimination. In other words, the law does not refer to gender-based differentiation. However, the law itself may have different impact on people of different genders. For example, the interpretation number 728, it's about the ancestor worship guild. Basically, according to our law, it says that we respect the private association's right to adhere to their internal rules. And the great justices of the Constitutional Court noted that, yes, many memberships of these guilds excluded women, but the internal rules and the law do not exclude female members. So the Constitutional Court noted this indirect discrimination, but it only described the different impacts and outcomes. And in 2018, interpretation number 760, again, is about the right to fair examination and diploma discrimination. For example, you need to have a diploma from the National Police University before you can take a particular exam for promotion. Again, according to the Constitutional Court ruling, it is a systematic disparate treatment. And in 2020, in the interpretation number 760, it's about gender equality and sexual autonomy. Basically, I actually provided opinion as a friend of the court in that case. And the Constitutional Court believed that the sexual autonomy was the problem in that case, whereas gender equality in that particular case does not constitute unconstitutional ground. And in 2022, on the issue of indigenous peoples trying to change their names into indigenous languages before they can be recognized as an official member of indigenous communities. However, because now most people would have their surnames from their father's side, if you have an indigenous mother, there's no way you can prove you are a member of the indigenous member based on the name. So again, the Constitutional Court says that, yes, this may constitute indirect indiscrimination. However, it says so with reservation. In 2024, this again is about the gender equality and the right to fair examination, because for firefighters examination, basically the rule says that you have to be of a certain height. For men, is one requirement. For women, is another. Therefore, there's a application to the Constitutional Court for interpretation. And again, the court found that, yes, it constituted unfavorable differential treatment. So throughout these interpretations, none of the court rulings used the wording indirect discrimination. The only decision that cited in the reasoning considering gender disparity as a problem, basically it's referred to other government agencies as the competent authority to solve that problem. So it's quite a pity. Next, I would like to show you some data. Why, in total, so few court decisions cited CEDAW? I think when I prepared this graph, I was shocked. You may not be able to see the lines clearly. On the top is the number of court decisions citing the two covenants. The line in the middle is the number of court decisions citing CRC, while the flat line at the bottom, the yellow line, is the number of court decisions citing CEDAW. So you can see among all international human rights conventions, CEDAW performs the worst. Oh, I'm sorry. On the top, the red line is the number of court decisions citing CRC. So does that mean judges are not well trained? Actually, yeah, they have been trained about CEDAW. If we look at the data in more detail, for example, for the court decisions citing CEDAW, well, the sample size is rather small, as you can see. However, among those cases, 62% of the cases are cases where judges took the initiative to cite CEDAW. However, and the remaining 38% are cases where the parties concerned cited CEDAW. However, after the parties concerned cited CEDAW, judges did not respond to them at all. And in the cases where the parties concerned cited CEDAW and the court actually responded, only 35% of the decisions agreed with the CEDAW claims. As for the forms of CEDAW citation, you can see in most cases, when people cited CEDAW, they only refer to the title of the convention. As for the court or judges citing CEDAW, most of them only invoked the provisions of CEDAW. Very few of them referred to the CEDAW general recommendations or individual communications. Well, in fact, in terms of CEDAW or ICESCR, indirect discrimination is very often discussed. Why? If you are a part-time worker, and if there are any changes to the labor market regulation, part-time workers may be disproportionately impacted. This constitutes an incident of indirect discrimination. However, right now, most people do not have the legal literacy to know that they can invoke CEDAW or indirect discrimination provisions specifically. In fact, according to the latest draft of the Anti-Discrimination Act proposed by Taiwanese government, Article 2 defines discrimination, including both direct and indirect discrimination. However, if you do have indirect discrimination in the provisions, the court, the judges, the litigants will be able to invoke and cite indirect discrimination to support their cases. Of course, to sum up, we know that we need to make better preparations, including helping civil servants, judges, to have better understanding of what constitutes indirect discrimination. In fact, according to the general recommendations of CEDAW, many of them touch upon indirect discrimination and individual communications. If we can include the data into our training, I'm sure maybe in the future more courts and judges will invoke CEDAW, in particular indirect discrimination. Thank you.
For the Anti-Discrimination Act, indeed, there is this wording of indirect discrimination. So how are we going to apply that provision is going to be a challenge. And Professor Guan proposed her suggestions as well. Now the time is 4:49, so we have until 5 o'clock. We have only 11 minutes left. But still, I would like to invite our two professors to respond to what you have heard from the panelists. Can we have Ruth to go first? Thank you.
All the panelists and also the previous panelists, I feel that I learned a lot, it is all very interesting, and I do hope that we can really contribute to your further efforts and very, very impressive efforts in taking very seriously our recommendations. We were discussing it before, and I think that this is a wonderful experience for us to see that our advice, recommendations, comments are really being taken seriously by the government, by civil society, and in collaboration and cooperation. And this is also one of the, I think, the impressive things you mentioned, that it's really commendable that you started the midterm review, and that this review is also done in partnership with civil society. I noticed specifically also that you ask the public constantly what they to get the sense from the feeling, as we say in Hebrew, on the ground. It's very important. It's very indicative. So I want to point to a few comments that I made during the discussions with respect to the women in leadership and decision-making positions. Not sure if I will. Yes, it's here. Something that struck me really strange is the rate of the percentage of women as judges, which is more than 50%, and then justices, it's exactly the half of that. It's only 26%. Now, I'm not sure about the number, and I'm not sure about the process of promotion from lower courts to the high court, but this is definitely something that it's really outstanding in terms of your other numbers. Can think about how to confront this deadlock there, and also the number of women in the executive, in the cabinet ministers is rather low, and what is also questionable is what offices they hold. I mean, there is difference between Finance Ministry, Foreign Affairs Ministry, and then other ministries. There's a hierarchy in ministries, so it's also important to look into that. And the Social Welfare Fundamental Act, I was very pleased to hear about this passage. I would like to know more about its content, its substance, so maybe in the next review. But I was glad to hear that the terminology was transformed from family-centered to people-centered. This is a very, very positive direction. In terms of terminology, so the last presentation was about the place of the gap between the adoption of the concept of indirect discrimination, but it's, as I understood, lack of implementation, lack of internalization of this concept by the agencies that are supposed to be in charge of the actual usage of this terminology, such as the judiciary. But I also want to offer that there is another term that we use in CEDAW, and that is mentioned in the commentary, and maybe this is also the right place to mention that the second edition of the CEDAW commentary was published last year, a little further than that. And I had the privilege of being one of the editors. In that commentary, we repeat the analysis of using formal equality, substantive equality, substantive which is more or less the indirect equality, and also transformative equality, which is the already more progressive concept of equality that is designed to really make change, to transform, to reach a paradigm shift in so many areas. So I suggest that to look more into that concept and see how you can utilize it in your ongoing efforts. But I really thank you again for everything that we learned today. Thank you.
非常谢谢 Ruth 我想先
Well, thank you, Ruth. So can I invite Professor Brun to say first, and then we can respond together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also want to thank all the speakers for very interesting presentations. I think our colleague was presenting the lessons from the concept note of the CEDAW GR40, which is in preparation, and there she is the point of that it's important to create an institutional environment where regarding working conditions, social innovations, a zero-tolerance approach for all forms of gender stereotypes, discrimination, violence, harassment, and disrespect. And I think this is a very important point, and I think in these times where we see in many countries, we see a kind of lacking of respect of the rule of law principles and the lack of respect of human rights. I think it was actually very encouraging to see that the statistics that still in your country, I mean, the two covenants and the CRC are very much in use. And I think also it's good to take into account that actually you have an advantage in the sense that these instruments are actually an integrated part of your legislation and has the same effect as the national legislation. In many countries which we have been examining together with Ruth in the CEDAW committee, there is the situation that the CEDAW convention is implemented by a separate piece of legislation, which is not always fully in conformity with the CEDAW Convention. And then we have the problem that we try to convince the government and judges to either change the law or to implement it in a way that respects the rights under CEDAW. And I think this actually problem you don't have. So what you have is to make sure that judges are better educated, and that also I think it's also very much it's not only about judges, it's very much about how the cases are presented and handled, and that the lawyers who are actually appearing in court, that they are able to put up the right argumentation and present it in a good manner, so that the judges understand and are convinced. But I think that for me the statistics perhaps gave a lot of hope that actually we will in the future see more references to CEDAW than now. So I will stop with this positive note, and thank you very much for the presentations.
OK， 非常谢谢 Nicholas 的回应。
Thank you very much for your response. So they propose further questions. So can I start from Shi Yi For statistics, I want to respond to that. And we have a professor and the government representative here. They can also add more information in terms of judges. As for my understanding, the number of judges, we can see there are a lot of women. But if look at judges in different organizations, there are some different numbers. Also, in the different administrative agencies, it will be easy to see women taking a senior role in cultural or welfare organizations. However, for technology-related agencies, it will be less likely for women to hold a senior role. And Professor Guan, for judges referencing CEDAW. First on justice. This is because justices are politically appointed. For regular judges, they go through regular judicial examinations to win their positions. And actually, there are more female graduates than male in law schools. In terms of judiciary leaders, in the judicial branch, there is a gender equality committee, and the gender equality committee play its role to oversee the percentage of female leadership. So in recent years, there are actually a lot of more female judges who were able to advance on the ladder. For justice, I think in the next few months, we will be seeing new appointments of justice, so we can pay attention to that. And for terminology, indeed, for our justice, they use the wording like substantive equality, and this phrase is used very often. However, for concurrence opinions, there is indirect discrimination. We don't know, maybe in the future, maybe if there are more cases, maybe this term will be used more often. Okay, Fang Yu. Ruth talked about the advancement of public officials. Is there any gender inequality in that? For female public servants, actually 40% of public servants are female. However, for senior positions, I think about 30% of the senior leaders are female. So there is a discrepancy there. And the government is paying attention to the statistics, and the government is trying to use every way possible to remind people that when advancing, it is important to include female. So Yuhua, can you respond to the welfare part? I think CEDAW for social welfare, CEDAW should be able to bring about more impact, because we think that female are responsible for taking care of the family. So we focus on the idea of family-based. We can understand this notion. However, if we look at if women should shoulder the responsibility of family care, that means the burden will fall on women mostly. And when it comes to, I think Taiwan is quite advanced in many aspects, but I think in social welfare, Taiwan is actually lagging behind. I think that we need to challenge the idea of family-based. We need to reshape this traditional value. We need to make adjustment to make sure that women are not the sole, do not bear the sole responsibility of caregiving. So when it comes to caregiving, really we need to include the gender idea. So really it's important to consider the role of women in social welfare. I'm sorry because our time is up. We are not able to open the floor for discussions, but we have our second day of event tomorrow. So tomorrow we can please make sure that you come back tomorrow. And I want to thank you for your participation. So this marks the end of the first day of the event. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to our MC. So a big round of applause to the panelists. So we're going to take a group photo.
The moderator, panelists, and the responders for the wonderful sharing. And it's time for a photo call. Please move to the center for a group photo. 好，请看向前方的摄影师。好，也请您将您的名牌转向正面。好，准备好了 ，Give us your big smile. 3, 2, 1, cheese. 好，再次掌声，谢谢台上的贵宾，请回座，谢谢。 各位贵宾，今天的论坛到此圆满结束，感谢您的参与。明天的论坛将于9点半开始报道，10点整准时开始，也请大家明天务必继续准时出席，参与精彩的讨论。离开时，请记得您的随身物品，如果有租借口译耳机，务必请记得归还并取回您的证件。祝您有个美好的夜晚，我们明天见。 Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's forum. Thank you very much for your participation. The forum tomorrow will start at 10 o'clock and registration will start at 9:30. We look forward to having more discussions with you tomorrow. May you have a pleasant evening. Thank you and see you tomorrow. 谢谢。